5. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Tuesday, August 5th at 4:30, and we'll call this meeting over to the Paso Robles City Council, and we'll begin with roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Present.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. And we have closed session items to be discussed and reported. We'll let our legal counsel, Elizabeth Hull, do that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going into closed session on a couple of items this evening. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. That's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And the case is John Borst versus the City of El Paso de Robles. And then there is a second conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to the same Government Code Section 54956.9D1. That is also John Borst versus the City of El Paso de Robles. They are two different complaints that have been filed. The third item is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to the same section, Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And the cases are the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch. Chris Bausch versus the City of Paso Robles as a cross complaint, and the City of Paso Robles versus Chris Bausch as a cross complaint.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. We'll open up public comment to these items regarding closed session items tonight. Anyone in the public? I see none. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session, and we'll reconvene at 6 p.m. Good evening, everyone. For the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, August 5th, we are reconvening from closed session. We'll go ahead and begin our session here with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Strong, and remain standing for the invocation for Pastor Sarah Kate Duran of the Revival Center. Fred?
As we renew our commitment to this great nation, please with me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we thank you for your grace and your mercy upon us. We don't deserve your attention, but we're so grateful that you hear our prayer. We come to you in faith. I thank you right now for our city of Paso Robles. Thank you for the continued divine protection you have over our city, and ask that you continue to have mercy over us and send us protection. Lord, may the words of our mouth and meditation of our hearts be acceptable in your sight tonight. May the leaders and the citizens of Paso Robles have wise discussions, make good decisions to benefit everyone. Be glorified in this meeting. We ask this in the name that's above every name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor Duran. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Beal. Here. Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. Staff introductions, beginning on my right.
Melissa Boyer, Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Leslie Frazier, City Engineer. Melissa Bailey, City Librarian. I'm Billy Comfort.
Christopher Luckle, Facilities Director.
Liz Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Brian Cornell, Administrative Services Director. David York, Police Chief. Dr. Swanette, Fire Chief. Also,
Chris Hewat, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hull, City Attorney.
All right, thank you. This is a report out from closed session. I'll let Legal Counsel Elizabeth Hull let everybody know what we talked about.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The council went into closed session on a number of items. The first is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Name of the case is John Borst versus the city. The case number in that case is 23 CVP-0156, and there was no reportable action. The second item is conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 also. The name of that case is also John Borst versus City of Paso Robles. The case number in that case is 25 CVP-0159. And there's no reportable action. And then finally, there was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Again, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, and the name of the case is the Tribune versus the City of Paso Robles and Chris Bausch. Chris Bausch versus the City of Paso Robles is a cross complaint, and the City of Paso Robles versus Chris Bausch as a cross complaint, and there was no reportable action.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on, we have presentations. We have two tonight. The first one's going to be Capital Projects Report by Ditas Esperanza.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the audience that's present here tonight. This is our once-a-month Public Works Capital Projects update. We haven't had one for quite some time, and we've done a lot of projects. So I'm going to give you a catch-up on all the things that we've done to date. So first of all is to let you know of the projects that are in progress. Here's a list of them, and I'll try to give a quick highlight on each of those. And here's some more. So the first one is the Sherwood Water Mains. This is the Sherwood neighborhood just east of Preston and south of Niblick Road. next to the south of the fire station out there. If you recall, the need for this project was to upgrade all the deteriorated water mains and broken water services so that we can repair the roads in that neighborhood. So the water line is almost complete, so we will follow that up with the neighborhood road repairs, again paid with Measure E12. The Creston Road Corridor Phase 1 has been in construction since August of 2024. We're getting down to the end. The first lift of pavement has been placed, and the signal poles are currently in construction. The signal pole is at Walnut, Bolin, and Creston, of course. And so the striping there looks permanent. It is not permanent, it's temporary. Instead of putting floppies, which is normally what the contractor would do prior to final paving, it became evident that because the road is so wide and so long, people would be confused as to where to drive. So it was safer to put temporary striping in, but they just sort of put it in there and didn't really go through the whole design analysis. They just figured we'll try to just keep it safe. So let everybody know that is temporary. And in fact, the second level and final level of surface repair started last Friday, and we will do the final repair in the next week or so. The the training facility tower at Fire Station on Union Road is complete. The before picture with all the rebars getting ready, and then the after picture with the concrete pad and the asphalt driveway next to it. We are in progress in getting the equipment. It's a Lego-like structure that they will deliver on site and build it for the actual training tower. And that is paid for by Measure J20. Next that we have is the Sherwood Park upgrade, which happens to include a pickleball court. You can see that we're grading the parking lot that will add parking spaces for Sherwood Park. And the pickleball courts are in progress. The asphalt has been placed. We're getting ready to put the fence and the lights for the actual court. And then this is the Flamson pedestrian improvements in front of, I think it's still called Flamson School, or maybe it's not anymore, I forget. But anyway, it's the junior high. So here's north of 24th, and here's the curb ramps at Oak Street in progress. And included with the curb ramp and sidewalk, we will be putting a pedestrian activated push button to help kids cross the street safely. Again, a reminder, this was a slow cog safe route to school grant, as well as a slow cog community betterment grant. The 12th Street parking lot is under construction. This is on 12th and Railroad. They're starting with the retaining wall along 12th Street. In addition to the 12th Street parking lot, we're also doing the one next to Marv's Pizza. So that's going to come along after the 12th Street parking lot is completed. Funding for this project is from the TOT grant sales tax that we receive. We also have our annual street pavement restriping program. Those are the list of the streets that we accomplished this year. This is paid for by gas tax. We also have a whole lot of neighborhood streets we completed: the Sleepy Hollow, Cathedral Canyon, Rosemary, Julie, and then in addition to that, we repaired a portion of the asphalt trail next to Charlet, and this is, again, was Measure I-24 funded. So now I'm going to take you to our upcoming projects. We have a list of them. They're all at various stages, but for now I'm going to just concentrate on my report for Creston Road Phase 2. Now that Phase 1 is complete, we are going to begin the Creston Road Phase 2. We're just about done with the project. And we want the community to rest a little bit and enjoy phase one before we start doing the phase two, which is going to be quite challenging, I'd like to add, because of the traffic control and what's going to happen there. Unlike the roundabout at Golden Hill and Union Road, we were able to close that intersection and really concentrate in getting it done. So essentially, it was one-stage construction. Once people got used to the closure, even though they didn't like it, once they got used to it, they figured out, okay, I can do it now, until, of course, when we started paving. But it took about 9 months before we had to change the staging. But for them, it was like they got used to the closure, they got used to the detour, and we were done. Unfortunately, that cannot happen with the Rolling Hills and Creston roundabout. You can see the black line, it's a little bit skewed, but there are numerous drain lines and pipelines that are going to have to be going under that roundabout. We can't close the road, obviously, because we have to keep traffic moving. We have prepared what's called a 7-stage construction to do this project. So just about when the community is kind of used to stage one, unfortunately, once we're done, we will have to switch to stage 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7. So patience is something we would really appreciate when we go into construction. So to do that, to facilitate and help out with the staging construction, is we will be closing Rolling Hills. And so people will not be able to use Rolling Hills coming from Golden Hill, but the main road of Creston will remain open at all times, albeit it'll be staged, and at different times of construction, they might be going this way or going this way, but there'll be places there. The contractor will be directing people on how to go there. The other thing that I get a lot of questions on is, why did we not do improvements in front of the Nick's Barbershop? I show that on the left there. So we don't have right-of-way for those 2 properties next to Nick's Barbershop. During phase 1 design, we tried to get them to give us property, but it's very steep. And yes, if we did install driveways for them, basically they would have to give us public right-of-way that pretty much goes right next to their buildings. And so, of course, they didn't want to offer that. And so we did not do those sidewalks, and we have to leave it alone. And for phase 2, we're trying to see if we can still do it. I'm not getting much luck, so we don't know for sure if it's going to happen, but we're trying. But it may not happen, but we'll see. That's it for my presentation. And finally, I have in the table over there, we do have an upcoming workshop next Wednesday for the Niblick Road corridor improvements. The city received a grant to enhance Niblick Road. The grant is specific to providing a multi-purpose path for bike and pedestrian safety on the north side of Niblick. And then we're taking advantage of that and putting some other enhancements along the corridor to create a wow for Niblick Road and to make pedestrians traffic safe.
That's next
5:30,
Wednesday, right?
5:30 here.
In this room,
5:30
right.
to 8. And it's an open house. We'll have drawings of the enhancements proposed, and people can look at it and provide written comments or verbal as well. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any more questions.
All right, thank you, Ditas. Questions of Ditas?
Quick question. Thank you so much. We get the weekly updates on the projects, and it's so helpful to know, what's going on, what's coming up. And if somebody in the public wants to get those or find them, how would they find them?
I think they're issued every week via the CMO update that the city manager issues.
I know the individual project reports go out to the media. We can look to get those up on the website as well.
Great. Thank you.
Chris Bausch? No?
Just the last couple days, I've had the opportunity to drive eastbound on Creston late in the afternoon, and it's single lane striping That's going to be temporary, permanent. Traffic is backed all the way up to like Orchard. It's on the westbound traffic is backed up. I'm assuming you're aware of that, but just in case you're not, anything we can do to mitigate that? I've never seen it.
In previous staff council reports, I've shown you the cross-section
Right.
that was approved by the city council. So it will be striped for that cross-section.
So these single lanes are just temporary.
The single lanes are just temporary.
So they put the final overlay of asphalt down and then stripe it correctly? Put the crosswalks in? I hope it's not going to be, I hope it's not going to be a single lane from Orchard down to River. That
You
would be,
mean single lanes both ways?
yes.
There are areas where there was room for 2 lanes, but I think there's also some areas that was going to be single lane. Again, it's whatever the cross section was that was adopted by the city council in February 2020.
Right.
That is what is striped.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Deedis. Next presentation we have tonight on the agenda is the, where to go? Central Coast Community Energy, C3E Annual Report. Welcome. And you are Spencer?
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. My name is Spencer Brandt. I'm the Community Relations Manager for Central Coast Community Energy for the southern portion of our region, here to give an annual update. As some background, 3CE is a public agency, and we source electricity for communities all along the Central Coast. We work in partnership with PG&E, who continue to manage the transmission and distribution of that electricity. So while they continue to maintain the lines and the infrastructure, Central Coast Community Energy purchases electricity from generation projects like wind, solar, and geothermal. This past January, the City of Atascadero, along with the County of San Luis Obispo, became our newest member agencies. In 2024, we delivered 409 megawatts of renewable electricity. That's enough to power more than 350,000 homes entirely from clean energy. Doing so, we are avoiding 445,000 metric tons of carbon emissions, which is the equivalent to taking over 105,000 gas-powered cars off the road for a full year. 3CE is on a path to deliver 100% clean and renewable energy 10 to 15 years ahead of the state's goals. By October of 2028, renewable energy is projected to make up at least 64% of our electricity mix. This year, we've gotten a lot of questions about energy storage, and so I wanted to take some time to talk a little bit about that. Energy storage is essential for California's transition to carbon-free electricity, and it's also critically important for customer affordability. Battery energy storage stores renewable energy during the day and then releases it when it's needed most in the evening. So at a utility scale, this reduces our reliance on gas peaker plants during evening hours. And for customers, home batteries can be a critical tool for resilience and allow customers to take greater control over home energy usage. To illustrate this, I want to take a look at what California's electricity mix looked like in September of 2022. This was Labor Day weekend, and you may remember it because it was real hot. This was a heat wave all across California, and it prompted a flex alert, which was a statewide call to reduce energy usage to avoid rolling blackouts. You may remember it because everyone got a text on their phone asking you to reduce energy usage. And this graph shows the mix during the day. So red is fossil fuels, green is renewables, and orange, you see it at the very bottom, that's batteries charging. Then you'll see at the very top, as we go further into the evening during peak hour, batteries are deployed onto the grid. You can see how they represent a very small portion. Now let's look ahead 2 years. This was a similar heat wave during July 4th of last year. You'll see a couple things that are different. There's more green, that's more renewable energy online, and the orange battery bar has more than tripled. charging in the morning as they go below the line, and then deploying in the evening. So I hope that this kind of illustrates just how the electricity mix changes throughout the day and how usage patterns for our customers are different throughout the day. We've also received questions from community members about the safety of battery energy storage systems. So I want to highlight a couple key facts. Central Coast Community Energy doesn't have any power purchase agreements with indoor battery facilities. All of our battery storage projects must use containerized systems that are equipped with individual fire suppression units and meet the latest fire and building code standards. The safety data that you can see on this slide is also encouraging. At the same time that there's been a more than 25,000% increase in battery deployment, there's been a 98% drop in battery failures. 3CE is not the land use authority. That is our member agencies, and it's ultimately your call. But we get a lot of questions about the utility of batteries and about their safety, so I appreciate you indulging me to provide some of this information. I want to share a little about some investments that we've made. One project that's coming online soon, the Willow Rock Energy Storage Center, will use compressed air as a battery to power turbines on demand. This will be the largest compressed air energy storage project in the world once it's complete, providing 200 megawatts to our customers. Aratina Solar is another very large solar and storage project, and Atlas Solar is projected to come online next year. Last year, Victory Pass Solar and Storage started delivering energy to our customers. That was in May. These three projects represent enough energy to power 250,000 homes and businesses. Delivering energy is only part of 3CE's mission, though, and connecting with our communities is a critical component. In 2024, our outreach team sponsored events, hosted webinars, conducted workshops about our energy programs. We've partnered with community-based organizations, trade groups, chambers of commerce to educate the public about our offerings. And we've also enhanced our customer experience, our customer service experience, with a new hotline capable of providing assistance in over 150 languages. A little about our energy programs. These help provide customers with tools to accelerate electrification and enhance renewability while putting money back in our constituents' pockets. Our flagship program is Electrify Your Ride, and it provides up to $4,000 for the purchase of a qualifying new or used electric vehicle. Additional programs cover the cost of electrifying home appliances like water heaters and installing a home battery, as well as targeted programs for our agricultural sector for their equipment needs. We also have programs specifically in place for public agencies to cover the cost of replacing fleet vehicles, including everything from light-duty pool cars to heavier-duty equipment like street sweepers. Sister programs include Plan Your Fleet and Charge Your Fleet, which helps supplement the planning and infrastructure costs of electrification. Our electric bus program is often utilized by school districts and transit agencies, and our Reach Codes program provides technical assistance for city staff as they develop energy efficiency standards. Since 2018, nearly 7,000 customers on the Central Coast have received these rebates, over $11 million back in our customers' pockets. We're really proud of that. And here is a snapshot of how 3CE has invested in Paso Robles through our rebates and incentives. We've also included stats from a benchmark jurisdiction so you can get an idea of how you measure up. One project that I would like to highlight that I'm super excited about is 3CE paid out $22,500 to Habitat for Humanity San Luis Obispo County through our new construction electrification program for 9 all-electric affordable single-family homes at the Vine Street Paso Robles project. More good news is that up to $300,000 is available each year for the city to cover the cost of installing electric vehicle chargers, purchasing electric vehicles, both light and heavy duty. We also find that more and more cities are using DC fast chargers as a really important economic development tool to drive traffic to downtown and commercial areas. And finally, before I close, I want to share a legislative update. We've gotten a lot of questions about recent federal legislation, H.R. 1, otherwise known as the Big Beautiful Bill. And I want to tell you about the effects it'll have for energy customers. First, it eliminates the individual tax credits for new and used electric vehicles after December 30th of this year. So that means that if customers are considering purchasing an electric vehicle and utilizing our rebates, if they'd like to stack those rebates with the federal tax credit, they've got until September 30th to make that purchase. We also, just as consequential to all of our customers, is the elimination of the investment tax credit and production tax credit, which is utilized by utility scale solar and wind projects. This means that fewer and fewer of those projects are going to make it across the finish line and actually be developed. And we are forecasting that in the medium to long run, this is going to mean higher prices for energy for customers across the United States. To deal with this, 3CE, through our trade association, CalCCA, is sponsoring state legislation, the Pathways Initiative, to allow us to buy and sell electricity with markets across the Western United States. This is projected to save California nearly $800 million. We also have forthcoming legislation about resource adequacy slice of day, which I won't get into, but the main takeaway is it's another thing that will help our customers save money if it were implemented. And that's all that I have for you today. Thank you very much, Council. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Spencer. Questions of Mr. Brandt on the left? Anyone on the right?
I'm good.
Okay, I think we're very good. Thank you for coming, Ms. Spencer. All right, moving on to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview, but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and hand it to our city clerk when you come up. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to speak at the time the item is being considered. So we'll open up public comment. Welcome, Greg.
Yes, thank you. My name is Greg Graywell. I live in Creston. I am the authority on my ranch. In front of you, there's 8 years of annual reports. There's 15 years of your urban water management plans, and there's the water code. Last time I was here, I had a bunch of bobbleheads up there telling me I didn't know what I was talking about. I know most of you have never seen those documents, never read those documents, don't know what's in those documents. 3CE, sounds like the Nazi pipeline. You guys spend over $4 million a year. You've been doing it for 18 years now for the Nazi water. That's just principal and interest on that pipeline. You've already spent $72 million and you don't use the water. You got another 15 more years to pay for it. You have a capacity loss of over 3,900 acre feet in that pipeline. And those are all temporary repairs. You've had over 6 or 7 repairs. And that money I just said has nothing to do with operation and maintenance, repairs, or anything else. The other day, you guys decided here a while back you wanted to be part of the JPA. 4 people voted for it. You spent almost 80 grand to lose. I think those 4 people either kick in 20 grand a piece. But the moral thing is you got one long arm to pat you on the back and one short arm that can't reach in your own pocket. And you wanted to go after the citizens that live around you and try to make them pay for your problem. You dump all of your wastewater in the river and it's exported. You have no recyclable water from rain. You have no stormwater cappers. You just spent $500,000 in 6 months on this JPA joke after you already lost in 2016. In those reports, it says by a certain date, you're going to use all of your Nazi water. I got it right here. It says in 2025. Are we in 2025? I think we are. It says you're going to use 100%. You're using 1,000 acre feet. The rest of it's going to Monterey for free. When you make a false statement of material fact, and you have the knowledge that that statement is untrue, and you have the intent to deceive the people that live around here, and the people have a reliance on your statements, and you injure them, you've just committed fraud. And you commit fraud every day with what you do. So you need to look at this stuff, you need to study this stuff, and if you want to put something on an agenda where you actually want to have a discussion about what needs to happen, then we can have that discussion with somebody that knows and not your staff. And if you want me to bring their testimony from the court trial where you already lost 5 times, I can do that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, welcome.
Hello. I did not eat my Wheaties today. So I am actually here to say that for general public comment, that the fair, the Mid-State Fair that just happened, I had the pleasure of riding my bicycle up the 24th Street Bridge. So one of the questions I have for Deedus is when that bridge is rehabbed, is it going to be lower? I think bike lanes are supposed to go into it. So I'm not an expert bike rider, but I think the most basic bike riders should be able to get up and over that bridge without being able to walk their bike. And with that, I got a lot of good positive feedback about the police department at the fair. They were very well received. Some people said it was wonderful. There were no fights. I don't know if that's true, but there were no major fights out front. We didn't have the food cart debacle that we had last year. So I think it was overall a really great event. I spent my life savings there. They have a lot of great vendors, and it was a fun event. I've been there before, but this year I took the time to go 3 times. So anyways, so I have that question, and then I have something from last meeting. You guys were talking about the Olson Ranch, I think it's a project. All electric. I think somebody just said it right now, 3CE. I think it's a wonderful thing that we have a portion of the city that is going to go to people who want all electric homes, green. I think that is what we are inching towards, are trying to with Newsom in his merry band of legislature at the state. So I think it's a good thing. I think that if we package it right and it comes back and we say to the IT people, the tech people in the Bay Area, where I'm from, hey, we got all electric, we have this, we have that, they will come. But right now there's nothing for them. So the other thing that I'm concerned about is, well, even with that ice scare, I thought that that was really inappropriate. I guess it was the Democrats who did that. I went to the hotel. I spoke with the soldiers myself. Do you know that the hotel staff and the soldiers were being harassed? So if anybody has a pipeline into whoever created that mess, it needs to stop. Because it is not okay for citizens to be harassing people who do their jobs. The hotel had a really big problem during that. So that's all I came to say for public comment. We are projected to be up to 44K in 10 years, and I think that was 2 years ago when you guys had that projection. So I hope that eventually we start getting the staff and everything we need to move with it. I think it's really important that we keep up with that growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale, welcome.
Good evening. Dale Guston. As with 3 members of this council and myself, we're all proud members of the Paso Robles Rotary. And this Saturday, we're having our biggest fundraiser, Winemakers Cook-Off. And we gave $100,000 in scholarship this last June, and we're very proud of that. And I'm proud to say that 3 of you members of this council are members of that Rotary group, as I am. Now, as to what Mr. Greg Growald said, I was here when you were originally going to design that damn pipeline to go through the middle of the city. And I said, that's crazy. You don't have no common sense. It already drains down and goes north to keep a constant flow in the river for Salinas, so that they don't get saltwater intrusion. Well, so why not take the water and bend it and put it in a pipeline and serve the city of Paso Robles? Why isn't it serving the city of Paso Robles? All that money to build a pipeline, and it's all going to help the farmers in Salinas. It doesn't make sense. And now you got a problem, supposedly. A lot of us don't agree you have a overdraft problem, but somebody said we did. And you've got the solution. Just put that water from the Salinas that you're not using for our citizens back into the aquifer and the main water tank, which we call our largest, I call it a reservoir. Anyway, it just makes sense that the city is one of the biggest culprits of this problem, because you're not doing anything to help cure the problem. And you, John Hammond, sit up there and say, oh, we're going to find another way to fund this organization that's doing nothing. Why? You have a plan in place. And part of that plan should be for Paso Robles to do their fair share in helping to overcome the problem, if it's a problem.
Michael, welcome.
Michael Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. Thanks for 3CE and their presentation. However, there's a problem. His presentation was great, but there was no information related to how much the taxpayers have paid for that, what the total cost and investment, and I don't call it an investment, I call it, there'd probably be other ways. We have an ocean of natural gas off the coast, and nobody seems to be caring a lick about that, but that's another argument. But the bottom line is his presentation said nothing about what the total cost of this renewable energy is costing the taxpayers. And that as it relates to reliability, there's some question as to what that. Now, your job here is to protect and defend the interests of the people of this city. And by not asking the simple question of what is the total cost of this to the public is, I think, dereliction. You guys really need to start drilling down on this. So if we could get that information, that'd be great. The other thing is, Mayor Hammond, I'm so disappointed in your leadership. This whole thing with Chris Bausch and the amount of money that's this city spends so much money on things that are just ridiculous. This thing with Chris should have been put to bed. And I was brought into this thing because you indicated that there was a conspiracy. And I would like to know, where is the conspiracy? I haven't seen anything. Where's the follow-up on that? I was smeared during the election cycle by that statement that you made, suggesting that somehow these people were involved in an nefarious collusion thing, which was ridiculous and absurd. So, sir, you could have stopped this by just simply saying, we need to stop this. And I misspoke. I was incorrect. There was no conspiracy. And for you to suggest that is an outrage and really despicable. And for Mr. Graywall, he makes good points that the amount of money that's being wasted by this city in a variety of different ways with legal counsel, et cetera, should shock the people of this city. We're a small city. We have a lot of needs here. For God's sake, I spoke about the roads for how long? And we're getting half Creston done. Now we're going to take God knows how long to get it done to Food for Less. I hope people's teeth stay in their head. This is ridiculous, John, and your leadership has not been good, and it's not good. And I'm sad because I want the best for this city. And I know you do too, actually. But I think your decision-making has been poor. And so as it relates to Chris Bausch just asked questions, and I'll finish right now.
Okay.
Chris Bausch was simply asking questions and directing his questions directly, as his right as a representative of the people of this city. And for him to be accused of something like what you accused him of is outrageous.
Thank you. Anyone else? Murray?
Thank
Go ahead, Murray.
Murray Powell, Templeton resident, property owner of property in the Paso Basin. So I'm here today. I'm a little disappointed that on your agenda, you don't have a agenda item for the Paso Basin GSA. You guys are the GSA for the Paso Robles City. And I haven't seen any GSA Paso City meetings lately at your council meetings. In the past, you've done them, and you've done them in the right way, and I appreciate that. So anyway, what I've handed out today is a document that's actually, it's kind of a cost and income statement type situation for 4 or 5 months that was handed out on August 1st. And for all the folks here that don't know, there was a 218 process a lot of you probably heard about. And on May 1st, on August 1st, it was defeated. And there's 4 GSAs, this one and 3 others, that are now part of this new authority, this GPA authority. And if you look at this document, you'll see that the 4 GSAs had contributed a while back $229,000 out of their own funds, including the general fund of the Paso City, to fund this 218 situation. And if you also look at the last column, you'll see a $250,000 in September column that, according to the treasurer of the GPA, will be due from each of the GSAs. So your share between the earlier one and this one is about $75,000. Not a big number, in your budget, I understand. But you guys keep wasting money on these things, and nothing's getting done. So I would like you to, at your next meeting, bring your GSA agenda up and explain to the county or to the people in this city what you're wasting the money on. So right now, let's see if there's anything else here. I should have my yellow light. So, the purpose of this authority is to implement the GSP that was approved by the DWR in 2020, and so far you haven't done anything. All you've done is spent money, and you haven't saved 1 drop of water.
All right, thank you, Murray. We're going to actually have an item on our next agenda, next 2 weeks. Friday's meeting, we couldn't get it agendized because you have to post it ahead of time. So we are talking about it next meeting, so if you want to come at that point.
That would be appreciated. I think a lot of people need to understand more what's going on and what you guys are doing about it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sharon, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Roden. I'm speaking as a private citizen. At the end of the last meeting during council's comments, Mr. Bausch made a comment about how many records he has produced for the records request, some of which date prior to November of last year. He noted that the other council members combined had submitted less than 50 records. And quote, in the absence of any emails turned in by former council member Sharon Roden, end quote. Perhaps intimating that I had, with forethought and purpose of evasion, not produced emails in my possession or my devices. To clarify, I turned my city devices over to the city for evaluation. I did so in a timely manner without the necessity of a lawsuit or a judge's order to do so. I signed an affidavit stating under penalty of perjury that I had produced all known records per the request. I signed this affidavit without the need for a judge to instruct me to do so. Mr. Rivera is correct. The city has wasted a lot of money. I would guess maybe $1 million on one council member because this council member refused to abide by the laws in providing records in a timely manner. When I received an email about a couple of weeks ago requesting text, I didn't wait for a formal request, a lawsuit, or judicial intervention. The only device that I use for texting is my personal phone. But I did not hesitate. I took my private devices to the city for their analysis. They determined there were 2 texts, both containing only public information. No discussion of replacing a council member, no city business discussed, and no use of derogatory names for council members or city staff. This is not how I conduct myself. In short, I produced my city devices for review. I produced my private devices for review. I signed an affidavit in a timely manner stating I had produced records requested. You, Mr. Bausch, cannot make the same claim. Based upon these facts, Mr. Bausch, I would request that you clarify your statement so as not to give the impression that I had eluded any requests for records. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Do we have anyone online?
I do have one caller, Jan Albin.
Okay. Jan, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, and can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Jan Albin, I'm a resident of Quail Run Senior Community, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the citizens of Paso Robles for standing up, protesting, and voting down the plan to tax well users for their own water. Water that, by law, belongs to them. Water this quasi-authority had no legal right to tax or attempt to control. These are Bruce Gibson's minions, basically water pirates, acting under the guise of some legitimate authority. And I'm reminded of the movie Chinatown, where it's all about money, power, and control of the water. If you control the water, you control the world. Well, happily, the city's citizens voted this down, and with any luck, sent a message to the next hopeful group of pretenders that we're not having it. The days of trying to bully and get over on the citizens has passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Let's take care of that phone, whoever that is. Okay. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment.
Mayor Hammond?
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Bausch.
To Ms. Roden, to our planning commissioner, Sharon Roden, speaking as a private citizen. Ms. Roden was not under threat of a lawsuit from a city employee at the time the prior records requests were made. She also was not instructed by her attorney, as I was, to withhold any production of public records requests until after the threat of the lawsuit had passed on March 16th, 2025. The record is already abundantly clear that I provided my records prior to a judge ordering me to do so. The judge provided an instruction to clarify who I was to deliver the records to. emails that I referred to in my comments were from private devices, not city-owned devices. The city devices and production of records from city devices has never been in question, only the production of records from our private devices. So hopefully that clarifies the comment, Ms. Roden, and hopefully that satisfies you this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Moving on with the agenda, next we have agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Huat, do we have anything?
Mayor, no items for deferral this evening.
Very good. So then we'll move on then to the overview of items on consent calendar, and you have that item, Mr. Huat.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Nine items on the consent calendar this evening. The first is the approval of the meeting minutes for the July 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. Item number 2 is the receipt of advisory body minutes for the Youth Commission meeting on May 7th, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee on May 12th, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee on May 12th, and the Community Services Advisory Body Special Joint Reorganization meeting on June 18th. Item number 3, at the request of the City Council, I believe at your last meeting, this item is a cancellation of your September 4th, 2025 regular City Council meeting and directing city staff to schedule a special meeting in the month of September if necessary. Item number 4 is the receipt of the Treasurer's Report for May of 2025. Item number 5 is the receipt of the warrant register. Since our last report, $6.7 million has been made in payments from the city to various vendors for various activities. I will cover those items that exceed $100,000, and there are several of them, so please bear with me. The first is a payment to Best and Krieger LLP for April 2025 attorney's fees. This comes from a variety of different funding sources, including developer reimbursements in the amount of $271,049.44. Second item is a payment to Papich Construction for the construction contract for the Golden Hill Road repairs. This comes out of the Capital Improvement Fund in the amount of $174,784.54. The next item is a payment to California Joint Power Insurance Agency. This is for the city's annual liability and workers' comp programs in the amount of $2,671,075. The next item is a payment to California Joint Power Insurance Agency for the risk property insurance program in the amount of $336,289. Next item is a payment to First American Title Company. This is related to an easement acquisition per a previously approved agreement in the amount of $392,496. The next item is a payment to Best and Krieger LLP for the May 2025 attorney's fees, again, coming out of a variety of different funds in the amount of $242,701.83. Next item is a payment to Pacific Gas and Electric. This is for the June 2025 utility costs coming out of the water fund in the amount of $162,409.01. Next item is a payment to Granite Construction Company. This is related to the Creston Road Phase 1 project that Ms. Esperanza spoke about earlier. Comes out of the Capital Improvement Fund in the amount of $228,431.47. Next item is a payment to Cal Portland Construction. This is related to road repairs in the Serenade Brahma area. Comes out of the Capital Improvement Fund in the amount of $303,210.74. Next item is a pass-through payment made to Visit SlowCal. This is related to the Tourism Assessment District for the May 2025, and that pass-through amount was $133,228.43. Similarly, the last notable payment is to Travel Paso for the May 2025 Tourism Improvement District, and that pass-through amount is $176,881.01. Moving on, item 6 on the consent calendar this evening is a renewal of the Paso Robles Library Study Center lease with the Superintendent of Schools. This is for the Study Center facility, I believe at 3600 Oak Street. Item number 7 is the approval of an application to the Land and Water Conservation Fund. This would provide additional funding to move the Beechwood Park project forward. I believe the city is planning to apply for a little more than $3 million, and this grant requires a resolution of the city council to apply. Item number 8 is the award of a construction contract for the repair and rehabilitation of certain utility mains on 17th Street, Capitol Hill, Almond Court, and a change order as it relates to those construction services. And then finally, item number 9 tonight is a change order related to North Coast's engineering contract, and this is related to preparation work for the Creston Road Phase 2 project that Ms. Esperanza spoke about earlier. Mayor, that concludes a summary of the consent calendar. We're happy to answer any questions.
Very good, Chris. Items on consent calendar are considered routine, do not require separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public has any specific questions or clarification on a particular item on consent, we will address them now before a vote is taken. If a full discussion is desired by a member of the public or the council, that will cause the item then to be removed and added to the end of the discussion items for tonight. I will now ask the council if they have any questions or would like to pull any items on the consent.
I have a quick question for Ditas on P8, and that's for the contract on the water and sewer mains. And I see that it's a Lompoc contractor that is the low bid, but I'm curious if they're using any local subs or local laborers for that, if you have that information.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, there's only one sub on that project, and it's to provide traffic control, and they're from Santa Maria.
So yeah, Chris, okay, am I right? Pro Tem Gregory?
Yeah, sorry, Ditas, I have a question on 482. What is the location of the rehabilitation of the water and sewer mains on 17th?
Actually, these are fixing some old water valves, so they're all at several intersections, 18th, 19th, 21st. Okay. It's just to, they're old and will break any minute, and so we need to fix them because Riverside from 17th to 21st is on the list to repair for roads.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, you okay? I'll open up the public. Anybody have any question on any item on consent? Please come forward.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street, number 3. Should I ask my question now?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's what I was referring actually to about the growth of the city and being 44,000. I think it was projected in the next 10 years, Chris. I'm not sure if that was 2 years ago when that projection was made, but my concern about canceling meetings and right now it's a part-time situation, and as the city grows, we're going to need obviously more staff, but we're going to need our council to spend more time and making decisions. So I am absolutely adverse to you guys canceling any meeting unless it's an emergency when you only have 2 a month. So I urge you to reschedule the one you're going to cancel.
Very good. Anyone else? Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and or direction.
Mayor Hammond, I move that we approve items 1 through 9 on the consent agenda as stated.
Okay, I have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch for approval of 1 through 9 on the consent calendar. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question. Melissa?
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next, we have public hearings. We'll open up public hearings, and the first one is to consider a specific plan amendment for the project located at 2508 Spring Street. And I think we have Katie Bannister going to be doing that for me. Welcome, Katie.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So yes, as you said, this is a specific plan amendment for a single property that's in the Uptown Town Center specific plan located at 2508 Spring Street. So the application includes a general plan amendment, a specific plan amendment, and those are both amendments to the maps, and then a conditional use permit and a site plan review as well. So location 2508 Spring Street is between 24th and 26th Street on Spring Street. To the east is some manufacturing areas. That's in the Riverside Corridor zoning district. To the north, there are a few residential uses. This is a residence. Of course, it is within that manufacturing area. So this is sandwiched between commercial and manufacturing, but there is a residential use there. We do also, I think this is an abandoned residence in the yellow here, but there is a house located there. And then there is some new residential proposed where the Moose Lodge used to be located there at the corner of 26th and Spring. There's also a hotel to the south, just behind Rite Aid. And then, of course, the junior high school is just across the street. So looking at the general plan map, there are several general plan land use designations in the vicinity. The property is currently in the mixed use 12 land use designation, and just to the south is the community commercial land use designation. So both the general plan map and the zoning map change right at this property at its southern boundary, and so the applicant is requesting to move from the light purple area into the dark purple area. The mixed use zone is the mixed use 12 zone is more of a residential zone where limited commercial uses are allowed, whereas the CC, the community commercial general plan designation, is more of a commercial area where residential is allowed. So it's just kind of moving the balance between kind of light commercial uses to some more intensive commercial uses is what would largely be the change. Similarly, the zoning changes here as well. So the property is currently in the T4F zoning district and would like to be in the TC2 zoning district. You can see the purposes of those two districts on the left for the T4F and TC2. But similarly, as I explained for the land use designations, T4F, primarily residential with some limited commercial, and the red TC2, primarily commercial with some residential allowed. So there are certain uses that are allowed in the TC2 that are not currently allowed in the T4F. So if if the city council were to change the zoning of this lot, the uses in the red column will now be allowed on this site. Of course, these are uses that are allowed immediately to the south. So this would just be expanding the area where there are some auto serving and alcohol serving, as well as hotel and some visitor serving uses would be allowed on this site as well. There are some development standards that would be changed. The T4F has basically shorter buildings and larger setbacks. The residential density would actually be the same. You can do 30 dwelling units per acre, both in the T4F and the TC2. But you'll see in the right-hand column, TC2, you could do taller buildings, and then the buildings can be closer to the property lines. So the existing building has been there for many years. It was Western Quartz had its headquarters here. There was a dance studio here very recently, but it is currently vacant. So the applicant is proposing to make some remodeling to the building. They would paint over existing materials to give them a fresh new look, put some new siding on the walls as well. And this is this is the site plan. They would put new landscaping and some new decks at both the front and rear of the property and then along the side. They do continue to meet their parking requirement and some nice improvements to the property. Here's some looks. This is the deck that's towards the middle. You can see there'd be signage on the walls and different windows going into the building. And here we're looking from the rear. This is a deck that's at the rear that was proposed at the rear of the building. So these changes would be made in order to facilitate some new uses. There would be a retail or deli shop at the front of the building, and then a series of kind of kiosks and little counter areas for different beer and wine, retail specialty, food preparers, little spaces for different vendors to have businesses. And these retail beer and wine spaces are really what has brought us to the City Council today. The Planning Commission did not feel that they could not allow a project that had these wine tasting uses without changing the zoning. And so they are recommending that the zoning be changed in order to facilitate this business. You'll see there's also a meeting space, a relatively modest sized meeting space at the rear of the building. And that's why the project needs a conditional use permit. So this project is exempt from CEQA as a Class 1 categorical exemption for existing structures. You can see all the fine print there at the bottom for what Class 1 exemptions are for, but essentially it's taking existing buildings that don't have considerable expansion of use. The City Council has options. The first would be to approve the project by adopting. There's two resolutions for you this evening. The first would approve the general plan amendment to change the general plan designation for the site, as well as a specific plan amendment, which would change the zoning for the site. The second resolution includes a conditional use permit for the private meeting facility and the site plan review for the physical changes to the site and building, and the conditions of approval requiring limited hours and some other conditions of approval are included in Resolution B. The City Council could amend and adopt those resolutions to approve the project with changes. If you feel you need more information, you could refer the project back to staff or the Planning Commission. And the fourth alternative would be to deny the project by making findings of denial. The Planning Commission is recommending that the City Council approve the project. On July 8th, they reviewed and voted 2 votes to recommend the City Council approve both resolutions, to approve those general plan and specific plan map amendments, as well as the conditional use permit and site plan review. That concludes my report, and I welcome your questions.
Very good, Katie. Thank you. Start on my left. Anybody?
Actually, I'd like to hear other people's questions. I have a couple, but I want to listen.
All right, we'll start on this side then.
I just have one question. Yeah, Katie, just one question. How did that portion of property get zoned multifamily 12 when it was on a property with another commercial development? Do you know how that happened?
So the uses that were there before were allowed in the T4F zone. So by putting that zoning on it, it didn't make the existing uses non-conforming. Yeah. The TC2 is kind of the corner of 24th and Spring and south of that. So I think you have to draw a line at some point. Yeah. And we wanted the more intensive uses to be at the corner, and as we moved into the neighborhood, there would be less intensive uses.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Chris Bausch.
Katie, I don't know if you can answer this. This might be a question for the developer. I hate giving up the residential just because we need that, and the multifamily would be a good spot for this, but it doesn't look like there's enough space to allow for parking. Would you agree with that, or would you offer some other opinion?
The changing the zoning will actually continue to allow the same number of residential units. The same owner actually took a project through the Planning Commission to do, and I'm going to forget the number of units, I believe it was 20. They were going to reuse this building and break it into 4, they called them quadplexes, kind of 4 units, and then there was going to be a new building in the rear, but they have opted for this alternative for a commercial option.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah, Katie, I have that same question with parking. Is it adequately parked according to, the code and the use at this point? It is.
In the Uptown Town Center specific plan for commercial uses, you need 1 parking space for every 400 square feet of commercial tenant space, and it does provide that number.
Yeah, I noticed they have that outside covered area right there, like in your photo, and that they took out some parking, so I wasn't sure if it changed that use and what was required at that point. So we're okay with it then. Okay. Over here?
Yes. I'd like to know if there was any consideration made, and if so, what the comments were on having this much alcohol allowed in close proximity to middle school.
The applicant will have to go through the ABC process, the alcohol beverage control, but it is certainly a concern, that there are alcohol uses that would be allowed in the TC2. They are allowed immediately to the south, but this would be an expansion of that area, correct?
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Beal.
In the staff report, you spoke about outreach and advertising the public hearing. Can you characterize some of the public comment you've had on this project?
We have not received much public comment. As you noted, all we've done is the standard noticing, which is sending postcards to property owners and residents within 300 feet of the site. There's a notice in the newspaper, and we put a piece of post the site as well to let folks know that there's a hearing coming. We have not had any public comments from the community.
Thanks. And then, so this has been through the DRC twice and to the Planning Commission. For the Planning Commission hearing or meeting, what was the staff recommendation at that time?
At that time, staff was recommending denial.
Thank you.
Okay, questions? That's it? All right, we'll open it up then to the public for any discussion on this item. Or let's, Linda, let's do the applicant. We have Jamie.
Oh, yeah.
Jamie wants to speak for the applicant.
Thank you. You can go first if you want. I know, me too. Me too. Let me make sure. Just making sure I understand how everything works. All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jamie Jones, and I am representing the project this evening. And I appreciate the time to walk through kind of the premise of the why behind the application and why we think this is a good fit for the site and why the general plan amendment makes sense. So this property is about 1/2 acre in size. Important note, and I think it may have been in the staff report, but not the presentation, is that this parcel shares access with the property immediately to the south. Right. So the property line, as you can see on this slide, goes right against the back of the building. So whenever you're looking at orientation of this building, it's oriented to the commercial uses and the commercial zoning in which we're requesting. And so what we're proposing, a number of requests, the general plan and the zoning amendment, and that would change the zoning to the TC2 town center zoning, which would allow, and that's the uses that we're talking about, is the small wine tasting and beer kiosks. And also a conditional use permit for a private meeting facility. There's some debate whether that's required because there's a conflict in the code if it's allowed or if it requires a CUP or not, but we're here, so let's go ahead and talk about it and ask for it. And then we also have the site plan that talks about site improvements and the renovation of this building that has been standing as it is for quite some time and is in need of some upgrades. And so with this project, it will support a mixed-use commercial project. It aligns with the surrounding commercial zoning that we orient to. We're looking at this as a needed space for providing affordable lease spaces for smaller startup wineries. And we see this as activating both daytime and evening businesses in this neighborhood. The floor plan shows we're looking at food service, deli type use oriented along Spring Street. And then having some opportunity, we call it the specialty retail area. This is, we're talking about olive oil, other local food type producers, or even craftspeople that could come in and lease some spaces that are affordable. And then the retail and beer wine kiosks. These are very small spaces. And I think what works for this model that we're hearing is being able to have this combined space, combined restrooms, and having storage space on site for the small producers. You may know, I do a lot of work in the county on much bigger wineries, and it's really expensive and hard for our startup smaller winemakers to enter into our local market. The area that's subject to the CUP is highlighted on this slide. This is called the east end of the building, and this a meeting hall. We see this meeting hall as being able to be open to community groups. Somebody wants to do a bridal shower. One of the wineries wants to have a wine club party. It's both a community space and also a space for the tenants in the building. Here's a side-by-side comparison of the exterior changes. I think we can all agree that the changes proposed in this application is a pretty significant upgrade, and we think it will be a benefit to the neighborhood in this side of town. As noted originally, I know Katie listed the different auto uses and different uses that could happen on the property. I could tell you that uses that we're looking to target is specific to this amendment is the wine tasting uses and to allow those small kiosks. They currently aren't allowed in the T4F, but they are allowed in the TC2. And they could be done in the building right next to it that we're oriented to, that we share our access with. This slide shows the existing zoning, and this slide shows proposed zoning. I did some street view, which I think is helpful, showing here existing zoning, the blue zoning, existing zoning goes to the back of the building, and I'm showing the shared access. So there's a 20-foot easement on the property to the south for reciprocal access and a 10-foot easement on our property. So it's common access between the building to the south and our building. And again, this is showing that we're moving the zoning boundary 73 feet. And it's not a big change. I think if this was looked at when the specific plan was being done and it was understood that there was the shared access and the orientation of the building, I think the group would have put the line where we're proposing to show it today, because it makes sense just from a general planning perspective of where the dividing line should be based on the how parcels interrelate. So with our proposed zoning change, we think that this property is more in alignment with the TC2 zone, and it would allow the adaptive reuse of this aging strip mall and transform it into what we hope to be a commercial hub. The reuse of the building aligns for a vibrant mixed-use project, and we think it really promotes the vision that the TC2 is looking for. And the purpose, I talked about this a little bit, but we're not looking to bring in large wine tasting rooms that are bringing in a lot of traffic. These are really the smaller winemakers and brewmasters that can't enter into downtown. Downtown's pretty expensive, and there aren't openings, and even trying to get into Tin City, there just isn't a space for them to be. And I know just from people that call my office that want to look at doing a winery, some of them are tasting in their living rooms or in their garages. I don't, legal or not, but that's what they're doing because of the reality of the cost, and they're trying to get in. So we think, working with the owner, Mr. Becker, it's just, there's a need out there, and he thinks that this could be successful for everyone. And then back to affordability, not just for the future tenants, but we're looking that this is an opportunity for people living in this neighborhood. We're going to have food service, and also food sales. I know I heard some concern about all this alcohol in proximity to this school, and I understand it, but this isn't intended to be a traditional bar space or something like that. It's really not, that's not what we envision it being. And also having the opportunity for community gathering through the use of hopefully, an affordable meeting space that we think is needed. And with that, we think the project concluding, we think it aligns with the uptown area. In reading through your 5-year economic development strategy, we think that this aligns with some of those strategies. That supports the local needs for businesses, and we think it'll be a really good addition to the neighborhood. And that concludes my comments. We do request that you support the Planning Commission recommendation. I know we did go into Planning Commission with a recommendation of denial, and the Planning Commission did support it unanimously. And there was a backstory that went on with that, with Development Review Committee and the application process. From the beginning, the applicant was very clear he wanted to have these wine tasting kiosks, and started out in the application with I think it was a community market where we could have 60% of the use to food stuff, and then we could have 40% to other things. So he tried to squeeze the wine tasting into that other 40%. And when we got to DRC's like, no, that doesn't work. If that's what you want to do, amend your project to something else, or come back and let's put it through the right process and give it the right zoning. And so that's why we've taken the extra steps, doing a general plan amendment and zone changing. It's not an easy task, and we know it's not easy as a decision maker for your council, but we really do think it makes sense in this instance. And so that concludes my comments. We do have the property owner here and the architect and members of the applicant team. Thank you.
Jamie, do you want questions of yourself first? I had one, but does council have anything? Chris, Bausch, go ahead.
Sure.
And if Larry wants to answer this, that's fine too. But I didn't see anything with dimensions. When you said small, Can you give me just a rough idea of what the retail spaces are and what the meeting space is? And are those going to be demise walls or what's going to happen with that?
Let me see if I've got the dimensions here. And I think I have the floor plan. And I will let Larry, if you would like to, if he doesn't mind, walk through the floor plans. But we have 4 kiosks. We'll just look at the square footage on the screen. We've got 4 wine, beer tasting kiosks, and so they're around 500 square foot each. Okay. And then the meeting room is around 1,500 square feet.
Okay, so it's larger than I thought. Okay, good.
It's an 8,000 square foot building.
Right.
So I mean, there's room, but these are, again, smaller, and we're putting the retail beer and wine towards the rear of the building.
Jamie, I had a question on the common area, the outside open area, the covered area. Is that for basically anyone who wants, like, for instance, buy something to eat, come over there and sit down and eat it? Is that what it's about, basically?
Yeah, I would characterize the center deck as the common space where if you grab a sandwich, you want to come sit down and eat outside, or you get some olive oil, get some bread. But then the back deck, I think we'd look at that as being more oriented for the event space.
Got it. Thank you. Over here, any questions for James? Okay.
Okay. You're off the hook.
Larry, you wanted to address?
Do you have anything you want to say?
Larry Gabriel, 530 10th Street, Gabriel Architects. Quickly, I guess. The wine tasting areas are modest. They're about 30 feet deep and about 20 feet wide. So modest spaces. Hopefully, it's going to have some tasting area and a little bit of storage. It's not going to have barrel storage. It's going to have just some case goods and some of those kind of things. So just, again, just modest little tasting rooms. I wanted to address the residential issue a little bit. We did design the project before with 20 units in it. We took this building, we divided it up and took slices out of it for patios and put in small studio units. And then in the back, we did a little 3-story building, and we got every square foot you could possibly get out of that little piece of property. And it was just really cutting up the building, and it just didn't pencil when we got done. So this basically is keeping the building intact. We're renovating it completely indoors, outdoors. And beyond that, also on the residential, if this building came down, there's a 10-foot setback on the north-hand side. There's 12 foot of backup space that you're giving up on the driveway. So it narrows it down to something of 40 feet wide of working space to build a building and parking. And it just doesn't pencil at all. We've done some conceptuals on the building on the property next door, which is much, much larger. We looked at that and getting up to 60 units, and it still hasn't penciled out for anybody in the last 4 years that we've been working on it. So the commercial will give this thing some life. It's been sitting vacant for a while. It's been a while since it's been updated, and so we think we've got the package here that'll be successful. So I'm here if you have any more questions.
Larry, I have one real quick. On the retail beer and wine, are there going to be some sort of a closure on each one of those kiosks?
Well, we had it closed up in the back for storage and just an empty counter in the front.
Okay.
Depending, as we've done wineries and things, some people just want to put a couple barrels and a 4x12 across it and call it a countertop. Others want to get very exotic. So we've just seen a variety. So we kind of leave it open, but we'll have a back storage closed off area to keep the case kids out of the way.
Yeah, because it's a common hallway, essentially, isn't it? I mean, when they're open.
It's a common hallway. We anticipate to have some kiosk in there. It's basically an indoor farmer's market, if you will. There's some small spaces for people to sell local goods and candles, wine, olive oil, nuts, those kinds of things on indoor space.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just concerned about the security. In other words, we talked a little bit about the school across the street, and this will probably be open during school hours, and security, if they weren't open, if a particular kiosk was not open at the time, How,
No, it would be, I see. Oh, it would be locked, that part would be locked up for sure.
right,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking, yeah,
Yeah, no access to the storage goods, yeah.
very good. All right, anyone else, right? Anyone
Thank
else?
you.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, we'll open up to public comment for on this item. Please come forward. Linda?
Okay, here we go. Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Okay, I don't know, I am under the understanding that this city is now 61% Hispanic. Mayor, you asked me a question when I interviewed for District 1. What would I do with North County? Well, what I said was from 24th Street to 101, people refer to that as Little Mexico. Okay, and I would like to see the Hispanic community have their own area in this city. So I'm against this project for this one reason. And I do know, Ms. Bill, I read the agenda, so I knew it was under denial status when they recommended to the Planning Commission. My curiosity is, why did the staff decline it? You don't want alcohol there, primarily when Flamson lets out. Dollar Tree already has a problem with the kids playing ball, literally playing ball. I was there. They are destroying that store. The staff are overwhelmed. You put in little kiosks, high-class retail that you find 73 feet over, it's gonna get demolished, literally, okay? So my concern is that I would like to see from 24th Street after the bridge all the way to 101 be the Hispanic community. I want to know how much the city, Mr. Sloan, has outreached to the larger Hispanic corporations, grocery stores, anything like that that could come on in and buy the buildings just like everybody else can. I think it's very important that the Hispanic community has their own area, and we are there. If you sell, I will say this to the person who's sell or buying this, if you serve Modelo, Tecate, they will be there. They will be your customers. You serve wine, you're gonna get a trashed building. I feel for Dollar Tree every time I go in there. They are throwing their items around. Property destruction is the #1 issue they have. And you guys know that about me. When I walk into a store, I talk to everybody and ask them how they're doing. Chief Nord already knows, and he has sent the police to drive around there at 2 o'clock. So I promise you, as soon as the kids get out, they're going to destroy that. How are they going to handle 50 kids coming into their deli? How are they going to handle 60 kids all wanting to eat on their deck? It is a security risk to put alcohol there. That is why all the stores are on the other end. Okay, so I really hope that you guys start respecting the Hispanic community that is here. We're not going nowhere, and we're going to keep growing. So give us our community. Thank you.
Dale, welcome.
Dale Gustin. I'm not against this project. I don't know if they're going to be able to get ABC to give them a license for alcohol, but that's their problem. But certainly that property is a definite eyesore the way it is. And if they can do something that's not going to be an eyesore, I'm for it.
Thank you. Francisco, welcome.
Francisco Ramirez, Mayor, City Council members, thank you. I, for one, I don't speak for those other Hispanic or Latinos that were just mentioned earlier. As you know, I grew up here in Paso Robles. I went to Murray Ballard and Flamson and Paso Robles High School. And I don't agree that there is security risk. I mean, since I remember going there 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, there have always been a gas station right across the street that sells beer, sells alcohol, sells cigarettes. There's another one, Kitty Corner, right across the street that also sells alcohol and cigarettes, and that's never been a problem before. I mean, I remember getting out of Flamson and running there and getting my gum and getting my sodas or Gatorade before I get home, because I was tired of school already. So I do approve of this, and I want to say with the planning commission that already, approved of this, I would like for you guys to support that, and also our staff saying for you guys to approve this. I would agree on that. And then also, before there was Rite Aid, there was that grocery store there. I remember because I used to walk it. And that grocery store also had alcohol, had cigarettes. So I don't believe in that being a risk there or security issue. There's always been alcohol and cigarettes available in that corner right in front of Flamson. As a former student of Flamson, one of my teachers is here too. He knows that I always attended school. And I ran out. As soon as that bell rang, I was going across the street to give me a drink or give me snacks or gum. So I do approve, and I wish you guys listen to our staff and to also our planning commission. Thank you.
All right, Francisco. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to, yeah, we got one more. Come on in, Joe.
Hi, I'm Tim Gearhart. I taught at Flamson for quite a few years. And my only concern, quite frankly, right now, beyond the alcohol situation, because quite frankly, I don't think it's going to go. I don't think they'll approve the location that close to Flamson. But there are other issues there that haven't really been aired that I'm concerned about. I live on Rosemary Drive, right next to Almond Acres. We have 58 homes in that area and over 100 cars of our own. And the things that unite us is trying to get out of that area. 7 o'clock to about 8:30, we can't get out to our own work. Coming home, same type of thing. And we're working on that, and we'll continue to actively look at the safety situation. The thing that bothers me about this is the question of potential traffic problems, especially going on to Spring Street. If we go ahead and do this project, we have to have more ways of getting in and out besides one driveway, okay? The second part that concerns me is what's going to happen when parents come and the buses come to drop off the students, and then around 3 o'clock come to go ahead and pick them up. Now, if that problem can be solved, great, let's do it. But until then, with my own experience on Rosemary Drive, it becomes a real safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, anyone else in the audience? Anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, now we'll close it and bring it back to council for discussion and or action on this item.
Go ahead, Chris.
Who wants to start?
I will, yeah.
Chris Beal?
I appreciate everyone's comments and the presentation by Jamie. This is tricky because of sort of the boundary on those zoning areas. And the way, I'm going to be approaching all of these land use decisions that we're making. Like, what does the community need? And I think it's a unique location with some unique needs. And like what was mentioned with some of my colleagues, the need for residential is very important. And I appreciate that maybe it didn't pencil out in through the architecture process, but that does not negate the fact that the community needs housing, the community needs childcare, and especially the community needs lots of things. And I'm not sure if this particular project, it is beautiful. It is an improvement from an aesthetic standpoint, but I'm not sure if it's what the Uptown Center needs.
Okay. Hey, Chris? Fred?
Yeah, well, I have a little different point of view. And I understand Linda's understanding about the Hispanic community, but I'm not in favor of creating ghettos, and I'm more for integration, not segregation. And I appreciated Francisco saying as much too, that the Hispanic, they've worked very hard to try to integrate this Hispanic community with the white community, not segregate it. And I think that's very important, that we have to treat each other equally and not create situations like that. I respect the architect and his opinion about residential. If it doesn't pencil, it doesn't pencil. And it's as simple as that. You can't make the property unusable. And it really looks like this is about the only practical use for that property as it currently exists. Now, if it was purchased by one of the neighboring properties and integrated into a neighboring property, that's a whole different story. But as long as it is a single property owner and stands alone, I think this may be the best use possible.
Good. Fred? Pro Tem Gregory?
Yeah, I'll agree with Fred on that. I think one of the issues that's really important on this property that's unusual is the access, the ingress and the egress. It's a shared egress and ingress. I've been visiting that property for years for my friends who owned Western Courts. And if traffic is a concern, they had a dance school in the back with lots of traffic coming and going. And I really think it's important for a property to be developed to attract business. It's the dream of the owners to make something that's going to work. And a couple really nice benefits of this project. They've got the food specialty in the deli in the front, the wine and beer tasting in the back. And then they have this public meeting room where they might even let Linda George have a meeting, if she asks, anyway. But it's kind of a perfect use because the property right next door is heavily commercial, where they used to manufacture all the lights. And I think it's a great project, and I'm ready to make a motion if somebody else wants to.
Chris Bell.
Thank you for waiting for just a moment. I've always been a private property rights person, always. I think it's up to the individual property owner to make a decision whether or not the land, the neighborhood, the city will support their vision and make a viable project. I respect the property owner's time and investment in acquiring the property, in developing new plans for the property. Those have to be respected. I appreciate Mr. Gabriel taking the time to look at perhaps making a residential use out of it. Does not appear that that's viable. You have to respect that. We will not legislate property owners into what they have to do. And we're going to be taking up another project here, or another topic later on this evening. Similar themes will come into play. I think we have to go forward. If this is within the current state of what our rules and regulations will allow, I think it's proper for us to consider this. To Ms. George's point, if you think the Uptown or the project or plan should be amended, make that a project. But I don't think you can hope for that to happen in the future and make it retroactive to this project today. So with due respect for your suggestion. With that, I'll let Mr. Gregory.
Well, I was going to weigh in too. Again, I'm very supportive of the project. I mean, I know the original owners of this building too, and I think they're probably close to 70 years old, if not 60 at least. And to see architect Gabriel come up with a design that really improves that whole property is amazing. I really think it's going to be much improved to the area with regard to having the TC2, just contiguous to that lot, we can have the same use there, but not on the north side of the line. It doesn't make sense to me. It's all in the same unit pretty much. Not means that, they're going to have wine sales there, but they could have sales there. So I think that it's to me, opportunity for small entrepreneurs to show their wares. And if it's not wine, it could be something else. And having a food place there too, along with outside seating, I think again it's a great use, along with some meeting room space. So very impressive, Larry, what you did there. So I'm good and supportive with. So Councilman Gregory, if you'd like to make a motion.
I just want to compliment Jamie Kirk and the owner of this project for design. It's really nicely done. It'll be a nice improvement. So I'm going to move that we approve Resolution 25XXXA to approve the general plan amendment 25-01 and a specific plan amendment 2501.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory and second by Strong.
I'm going to second that.
Second by Strong. Okay. We'll call for the motion on the first resolution.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
No.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Secondly, I'll move that we approve the resolution 25XXX-B to approve the conditional use permit 24-10 for a private meeting facility, site plan review 2413 for the physical changes to the site and building.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question on that.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Very good. Well, thank you. Want to do a 5-minute break? We'll take a recess. Good to see you at church. Can everybody take their seats? We'll go ahead and get started again. Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. If everybody take a quiet. We'll begin with discussion items tonight. Number one is going to be a legislative update and review regarding food truck regulations. So who has that? Warren? Or Piper
Yes.
Smith? Okay.
Thank you,
Piper.
Mr. Mayor. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. I'm just going to do a brief introduction on this item. We have two of our city planners here tonight, Katie Bannister and Piper Smith. They've both been working really hard to get this item ready for discussion tonight. So Piper will be making the presentation, but both Piper and Katie are available to answer questions as they come up. So Piper, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and audience here with us today. I'm here to discuss the food truck regulations update and review. So what is a food truck? Here are some examples of what we would consider a food truck. Per our code, it is defined as a vending vehicle selling food and or beverages in an operable motorized coach or trailer with a current DMV registration and a current food safety permit acceptable to the San Luis Obispo County Health Service Division. As you can tell, these photos reflect both trailers and trucks themselves, so the trailers are often accompanied by personal vehicles. What is not considered a food truck by our code are merchandise booths, carts, booths, pop-ups, caterers selling food. So these are non-motorized. These often tend to be in public right-of-way. Therefore, they do not fit into the definition of what we consider a food truck. So the current city permitting process, step one is to obtain an approved mobile food facility permit through the County of San Luis Obispo. Then mobile food facility operators take that county mobile food facility permit and apply for a city business license to operate within city limits. That business license is routed to industrial waste to acknowledge the fat, oil, and grease and discharge requirements. And it is routed to the planning department to acknowledge operational requirements and obtain the appropriate food truck permit. And renewal and inspection is required every year for both that mobile food facility permit and the business license. So to touch on the first step, the County of San Luis Obispo Public Health Department mobile food facility permits, I do want to emphasize that they regulate food preparation, health and safety, and facility occupancy. They do not regulate where or when they can operate. That is to the discretion of the jurisdiction they are within. They're also required to submit a restroom use agreement annually if they're conducting business on a site for 1 hour or more. And that restroom must be in 200 feet proximity to the vehicle and available for use for employees and contain appropriate hand sanitizing facilities. In addition to that, a commissary use agreement is required to be submitted annually, and this acknowledges the food truck storage, waste disposal, and servicing and cleaning facility. So upon obtaining that mobile food facility permit, you are acknowledging that you are working in conjunction with a commissary use, or you have an alternative approved commissary or food preparation facility in conjunction with your food truck. Here on the image of the right, you can see that every food truck that has received a health permit through the County of San Luis Obispo is required to have a sticker similar to a DMV registration sticker with the expiration date, the date of permitting, and it's very clearly displayed on the truck during all hours of operation. So within Title 21, the zoning code, food trucks fit into 4 tiers. So there is the short term, which is a single vehicle operating on one location 7 days or less. They are required to have that business tax certificate and acknowledge the operational requirements for food trucks, which we'll get into. Then moving to the second tier, if a food truck is operating between 7 days but no more than a year, they are required to obtain a temporary use permit through the planning department. It is approved through staff level review, as well as have that tax certificate and acknowledge those requirements. In the long term is a single vehicle operating one location 1 year or more. This requires a site plan approval through Development Review Committee and require a tax certificate and those operational requirements. And lastly, we do have food truck courts, which are 2 or more trucks operating on a single site. This does not acknowledge any specific time limit, but it is subject to a conditional use permit approval through Planning Commission, in addition to having that tax certificate and meet those requirements outlined in the guidelines. I do want to note that there has not been an active site plan or conditional use permit since the code update. So we have been mostly focusing on the short-term and the medium-term food truck operations. So the operational guidelines required for all food trucks operating within city limits are as followed. They must be located on private property, so they're not allowed to be in public right-of-ways. They are required to get property owner written approval. So this is different from the business owner approval that may be operating on site. They can be different in some cases. So we do require property owner written approval. They have to be accessory to a permanent commercial business. So if it is a vacant lot or if the business is going out of business, that would not be allowed. They have to be on paved surface parking. So they cannot be on gravel. However, if it is an approved parking service, that is allowed. They are required to remove all litter within a 25 perimeter and on property. They are not allowed to discharge any liquid on site during operation. That is part of the commissary use. Staff did determine that no temporary shade structures are allowed. This is to kind of reduce the encroachment onto those parking surfaces and parking existing commercial spaces, as well as comply to the County of San Luis Obispo's requirement of no food preparation outside of the mobile food facility. Food trucks are also subject to the noise provision of the zoning code, chapter 2182. Something that has been brought to light during this discussion and internal review is at first it was staff made the determination that generators commonly used for food trucks do not meet those guidelines. Typically, so in the uptown and the commercial zone properties, evening decibel levels about 55. Normal average generators output about 70 to 100 decibels. There are inverters that are in that 50 to 70 range. That is something I wanted to bring to the council's attention to discuss tonight. They are required to establish hours of operation. However, there is not a set maximum or minimum. They cannot impact circulation, nor can they block any points of ingress or egress. And no overnight equipment storage is allowed. So again, in conjunction with needing a commissary or equivalent approved by County of SLO, they cannot store equipment on that site they're operating on. So here we have a map of some of the common locations that food trucks have been noted around the city. There are currently 23 active food truck business tax certificates. In the past 3 months, April to June, there were about 36 code compliance cases regarding mobile vendors. The map displays, you can really see, they tend to be along major corridors. So you have Spring, Creston, Niblick, Union. These are all areas where, again, they've just been kind of spotted out and about and have brought to attention by our department. So some challenges that code compliance has faced. We adopted the food truck regulations in around October of 2024. Previously, they were under the umbrella of temporary food service. And although if they operated for over 7 days, they were still required to abide by the temporary use permit requirements in terms of not having any adverse effect on the zoning or impacting public health and safety, as well as any other conditions staff deemed appropriate for that temporary use permit. They did not have their own section in the code specifically for food trucks that we defined earlier. So something that code compliance has brought to our attention is they were having difficulty enforcing and regulating the 7-day time limit and what permit they needed. So during internal discussion, they did deem that needing a temporary use permit or those higher up site plans, conditional use permit based on the specific request may be a good use for all food trucks in order to have those regulations on site, make sure that the operator acknowledges those necessary operating requirements, and not have to continually keep track of a 7-day time frame and track where these specific companies and trucks are. So through discussion, staff has taken some action preemptively to any sort of changes. We have created a web page dedicated specifically to food trucks. So this outlines the operational guidelines, what is and is not allowed, as well as the application and material for permits. We are also working on updating a dedicated food truck temporary use permit application so that operators can acknowledge those requirements before obtaining any permit, knowing kind of what to expect through that review process. Similarly, we are creating a permit that is to be kept on site during operation. So while code compliance goes out and communicates and facilitates discussion with these operators, they have a permit on site with them. They can go through and ensure that they're meeting all requirements. Internally, we are also creating shared databases and tracking to ensure that we are all on the same page of who's allowed to be where and what we have going on in the city, as well as other ongoing process improvements and more to be made following this discussion tonight. So the option City Council has tonight is to receive and file this report, direct staff to return to City Council with an amendment to Paso Robles Municipal Code section, food trucks and food truck court, requiring TUP for all food trucks operating within Paso Robles, to establish an ad hoc committee of the City Council to facilitate a more focused review and gather additional input for food trucks, or provide alternative feedback or direction to staff. Staff recommendation is option 2, to direct staff to return to City Council with that amendment to require a temporary use permit for all food trucks operating within Paso Robles and any other amendments City Council may want to pursue. Again, this would require staff to come back to City Council, so no immediate changes would be made to the code. Or option 3, establish an ad hoc committee of the City Council to facilitate a more focused review and gather additional input. Are there any questions?
All right, thank you, Piper. Start off with on my left. Anyone? Start. Chris
Yeah,
Beal?
I've got a few. So thank you so much for that presentation. It actually looks like some points are being clarified from some of the early iterations of the website. I have some process and content questions. And this might be a question for Katie or Warren, I don't know who, but in the development of this ordinance, did the consultant or staff or planning commission consult with any operators of a food truck just to kind of ground truth how this might work and if it might work?
So the temporary use permit standards were adopted with the grand overhaul of the zoning code. Yeah. There was a very small chapter within a lot of what we were doing. Previous to putting it in the code, staff had made an interpretation that these were temporary food service, and we were issuing temporary use permits and routinely using these putting these requirements on food trucks. So we put them into the zoning code so that council could say, yes, this is the appropriate, these are the appropriate conditions for a food truck. And so now they are in the code. They have been the practice, the policy of the city for some time, but they're now in the code.
Right. So this was adopted in October. Was any effort made to reach out to operators, business owners around that time, beginning of the year? Was there any effort to reach out to HBA to get information out or try to educate the people that are affected by this?
So even though the code is new, the standards have been the same. So when someone comes in for a business license, we ask them if they intend to operate somewhere for a period of time. And we were routinely told no, they were not going to operate in one location. So we were not issuing very many temporary use permits. But folks, when they came in for a business license, were asked that information.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about the complaints that you'd gotten. So April, May, it sounds like. Can you characterize in general what they looked like?
Yeah, so PD held most of the complaints that were received, and a lot of those, only the statistical data was passed along, as well as kind of through the grapevine, just general curiosity and understanding. So it was more we got involved in the conversation of the police department wanting to better communicate to mobile vendors and food truck operators of those guidelines. So a lot of curiosity about what are these new guidelines, how do I comply, what department do I have to go to? In terms of specific complaints, there are none that I necessarily had received.
So we had new code in October, complaints spring-ish, enforcement happening actively in July-ish. And when did the website get started?
We put it together a couple weeks ago, and then it went live maybe 2 weeks ago in an effort to communicate.
Right. So the website went live after the enforcement began?
After we started receiving complaints and it became an issue of concern.
Was the website available when you started calling people to tell them that they had new rules that they had to follow?
No, we did have handouts that we gave people at the counter when they came in. We had them translated both in English and Spanish. So when they came in for a business license, we would give that information, but we did not have a website, no.
Okay. So, I mean, I have other sort of details, but overall, I just think that I'll save my comments for later. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
Yes, thank you. And I have to admit that I'm only acquainted with one site very well. That's site number 12 on your map. Okay. At site number 12, we have two interesting situations. And I'm wondering about some of your regulations. So one of these vehicles doesn't prepare any food at all. They are just selling snacks out of a permanent location. I mean, it's there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but it's not motorized and it's not hooked up to any vehicle. It's just sitting there. And it's only open in the afternoons, evenings. It's like snacks for after work, things like that, or people over at the mobile home park, etc. The other one is only there a few days a week and only during basically lunch hour, an extended lunch hour, for a number of businesses there that have manufacturing. They have large number of employees, but no cafeterias, no lunchroom, no place for them to get food except something like this. So it is motorized, but the parking lot is either a travel way or parking spaces. That's paved. They're on a gravel or level area that isn't paved, but it's the only one that doesn't impact the parking or travel ways. So I'm wondering, why would that be a problem?
So for the first scenario, the County of San Luis Obispo would categorize a permanent as a unenclosed mobile food facility, and those tend to be more packaged foods, like you were saying, pre-prepared. They do have a little bit more guidelines. So as previously mentioned, these requirements are strictly for on private property motorized enclosed mobile food facilities by using County of San Luis Obispo's definition. Therefore, if it were to fit into the category of sidewalk vending, then we may put it into another box solely. For your second example, that is where the discussion with code compliance comes in, of as long as they are able to acknowledge the requirements and say we have a temporary use permit for all operators for understanding those guidelines, that tracking of who's where would be a little bit more efficient. In terms of making recommendations on the operational guidelines, that is to the City Council today to see if maybe parking surface or material is something up for consideration.
Okay, and I'm wondering about the shade structure. It gets very hot in the middle of the summer here. Shade structure is something that protects people's health. Why would that not be allowed if it was properly secured?
Can you speak on it? So it was mostly in terms of, similar to your previous point, encroaching on that parking spaces, and some concern that we've been brought up about competing with brick and mortar businesses, not creating a restaurant-like environment in open spaces.
What if it didn't encroach on any parking, though? What if it didn't encroach on any parking?
That would be, up to consideration again for City Council recommendation.
So then it would possibly be allowed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, let's start with Councilman Bausch.
So thank you for the research and presenting it. I have a question regarding one of your suggestions for consideration, and that's the ad hoc committee, forming a 2-member ad hoc committee. Okay, so I get that for Brown Act violations, but why only, or it says here solely, of 2 city council members? Can cite numerous examples of having members of the public be part of the ad hoc committee in the past. What's the nexus of just limiting it to city council?
Council, you can establish the ad hoc with whatever membership you would like to have that. This was one suggestion of how we might tackle the issue.
If we go down that path, I just see lots of people on both sides of the question out here in the audience tonight that I would really like to value their input on an ad hoc committee.
A benefit of an ad hoc committee would allow for public input and participation in any meetings.
Thank you.
Additionally, if you put non-council members on a subcommittee, then it becomes a Brown Act committee and all meetings would have to be noticed.
That didn't seem to be a problem with the parking committee. So yeah, I'd acknowledge that.
And I guess if I could, I would just add to the thought process behind that was to create some clarity that the committee would be made up of the 2 council members, but that the public would be able to participate. It was staff's intent, though, that the membership of the committee is just the 2 members. Just for clarity's sake, who's on the committee, who's off the committee? I'll tell you, going through the parking ad hoc, there I think was some confusion on who is technically a part of that committee.
Right.
And this was a way to just clarify that the 2 council members of the committee and that the public will be able to have full participation.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but I'm just very sensitive to the appearance of transparency in everything that this council does.
Agreed. And I think that's why we went down to the level of detailing what we thought would be the best recommendation for this committee should it be formed.
Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes, thank you for your work and your report. So I don't want to point out a food truck in particular, but there's something missing for one of our very, I would call state-of-the-art food trucks, and that is somebody who goes and pulls up to the baseball fields and provides food for the kids and parents that play. And it's on an asphalt surface, but it's next to a field. There's no businesses around there. And it provides an incredible service and benefit for the public. And so I think that's one of the things that we could address maybe as an ad hoc or something, because I don't know how you deal with that, but maybe recreational events or something like that. So I just wanted to make a question. Was that considered in your thoughts?
Yes, so community events are permitted through the Parks and Recreation Department, and so food trucks in conjunction to those events tend to be permitted through that department.
Okay.
We are currently working through a little bit of a gray area of what if it's not a community event but on city property, and determining the best path to move forward with those very specific cases.
Very good. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, Piper, I'm going to ask a little bit about location. And the way I believe this works is that the food truck has to have permission of the property owner that they're sitting on. And we call that as a city one location. In other words, up to 7 days they can be in that location. But if they move the truck slightly off of that location physically to maybe the other end of the property, does that constitute a change in location, or is it still, as far as the city is concerned, one location?
In our eyes, it has just constituted as one location being within the premise. Say a food truck exceeds that 7-day limit and they do come in for a temporary use permit, they are required to provide a site plan showing the location of that food truck, mostly to comply with the no blocking egress or the circulation. However, that would be something to take into consideration.
Right. And then the other thing too is, if they park their vehicle right on the property line, and then you have the sidewalk right there. What kind of scenario does the city have to regulate something like that, where the patrons of that service truck is going to obviously be people impacted walking on the sidewalk to get around the people that are waiting for food? How does that work with regard to?
It's definitely the reason that we process these temporary use permits and get a site plan is so that we can make sure that, as Piper said, they're not blocking an emergency access, and that they're not, too close to the sidewalk. They're not too close to a gas dispensing the gas valve, those kinds of things. So that's what we're troubleshooting for by asking for a site plan.
So what it sounds to me is the staff is definitely looking to have some sort of a temporary temporary use permit tool to regulate and to be able to handle this. And I imagine the 36 complaints that we've had are related to location and being close to other things that they're impacting. Is that the reason for bringing this up? I guess that staff would like to have more clarity.
We can assume so. I think the biggest point to consider is the transparency and the communication between both the community development department, the police department, and food truck operators, and ensuring that those operational requirements are being followed through on, and communicating effectively in terms of what permit do I need, how do I obtain this, what viable sites there are to meeting those requirements, and so forth.
So it comes down to the question, I guess, we could go with an ad hoc, or we can actually work it within council to give you direction on what to do to come back for a future meeting. Those are basically the two things tonight.
Yes, and one way to consider it is, say you are prepared to make a determination on how you would like staff to move forward and come back to council. That could be first recommendation of approving the directing staff to make different motions and come back. And that ad hoc committee could be, you want to stew on it, you want to discuss a little bit more, you want to get a little bit more public and staff input before then giving staff direction.
Okay. Okay. Well, final comments. We'll talk about that later. Chris Belch? Yep.
I have a question on the permission of the property owner. If a property, and this might be a better question for counsel, legal counsel, if a business has a triple net lease, we'll say, and they control all facets of the property, why do we require the property owner's permission?
We would definitely accept some sort of authorization if they showed us a lease that showed that they had the right to make those kinds of signatures. We would absolutely accept that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Anyone else? Okay, we'll open up the public. We'll go ahead and come up and we'll talk about this item. First up, Linda.
Hi, I'll be fast. Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. Food carts are not in this ordinance. I came tonight, I'm actually excited about this. I really believe in the food vendors and the food carts because, I don't want to tell anybody how to make their money. And I know some of the food carts have been connected to the cartel in the larger cities. The benefit is we don't have to redo this. If we get LA's ordinances, Oakland's ordinances, San Francisco's ordinance on their food vendors and their carts, then we can do a really good foundation so that this doesn't become like the short-term rentals where regulation becomes a problem later. So I came simply tonight to say I recommend the ad hoc committee for no more than 6 months. I think 6 months is enough for everybody in this room, and then to add food carts into this, and then everybody will feel that they've been heard. That's all.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council. My name is Bill Saylor. I reside at 1824 Ponderosa Lane. My wife and I own and operate Yabba Dabba Dogs and Catering. I wrote all these thoughts, but I need to address some things here. I'm looking at what was in your packet, the staff report. It says temporary shade structures. Temporary shade structures shall be removed whenever the food truck is not in operation. That's not what that says up there. It says no, period. So what you have in your ordinances that were approved in October of 2024, 24, is different than what we're all seeing up here right now, which is kind of confusing if you're the food truck owner operator. Secondly, we started our business in 1986. We've had a City of Paso Robles business license every year since. I have never had anybody approach me and say, where are you going to be located? How many days of a week are you going to be there? The current ordinances that are in place are not even being enforced, which I have to question. I'm sorry, but I do. In the report, it also says that staff has taken steps to outreach to the community of food vendors. Well, the first thing I heard about food truck issues and that there was going to be a meeting, I received a postcard in the mail on July 28th. That was last Monday. That was the first time I'd ever heard that this was even an issue. First time I heard that there was actually ordinances. I received a phone call on Thursday, July 28th, from a member of the Paso Robles Police Department telling me that I was not in compliance and that I was going to have to apply for a TUP, temporary use permit. She asked me for my email address. I gave it to her. Today is August 5th. I haven't received anything yet. In the third paragraph of the analysis and conclusion portion of it, now I gotta find it. Excuse me for just a second. In the third paragraph of the analysis and conclusions.
Go ahead and summarize, Bill, if you would.
Yeah. I want to point this out. Conversely, local restaurants have expressed concerns about food trucks undercutting their businesses with lower overhead costs. There's two business models here, brick and mortar and food trucks. You chose as a restaurant to open up brick and mortar. That was your choice. It was my choice to open up a food truck. I didn't open it up to undercut your business. I opened it up because I wanted to have my own business. I'll just let it go from there. I think that the city council needs to approve the going with the ad hoc part of it, conclusion, and actually have input from the business people.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jerry Torres. I'm a business owner on 1463 Preston Road. This way. My concerns as well is, as everybody here is legally have done all the food parts properly, we've noticed that there's a lot that come from LA in different parts and taking up a lot of the business that we have. We just recently opened on Spring Street and down the road on 34th and Creston, as well as the park on 36. They keep posting up these mobile food, not trucks, but carts. And they're doing everything. So as the pictures that were showing up there, which one are the ones that are correct and the ones that are not, those are the ones that are coming in and embarking a lot, especially in the summer, and taking up a lot of the business, as well as for them that are doing it right, following the right protocols and going through the right processes makes it so difficult and hard for us, and as well as brick and mortar. Like the gentleman was saying, there's two options to do it, but doing it the right way. Whereas unfortunately they're coming in and taking everything and, making it difficult for all of us in regards to us going through the health department, working with the police department. Unfortunately, they're only here until 4:00. And after that, they gotten smart enough to show up in all these places and taking it up at Barney's, at the park in 36, as well as 34th, and so on. They did a great job with Niblick and everything on here with those fruit stands, but they've realized that they're moving. And what we've talked to the health department, they've started from San Luis Obispo going all the way up. And it looks like we're doing a great job, but it's getting to the edge. They're moving them to San Miguel. But that's what I wanted to state here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Everardo Gomez Santiago, private citizen. First of all, I would like to thank the council for giving us the opportunity to speak. I would just like to urge staff to be transparent about what these fees for the permits will be used, and also inquire whether there would be an analysis of some sort of what the impact food trucks have on brick and mortar and how that friction can be alleviated. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, welcome.
Yes, hi. Maria Elena Garcia with the Hispanic Business Association.
one thing the first time we heard about this situation was on Facebook and a lot of the food trucks calling us. I don't feel that the HBA was giving any heads up. I wish that we could have been included in the community outreach. We get a lot of our members are calling us and asking us what's going on. And we just said, come to the meeting tonight. We posted it on our website, we posted it on our Facebook page. And so I would like to see an ad hoc committee so we can get some more of the input from our members and from the food trucks that are here tonight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Javier Perez. I'm just speaking on behalf of the food truck vendors again. Some of us, we try to, again, go by the rules, get our business licenses, be on the partner's property, and somehow, like the other persons were saying, we were removed from where we were because of certain circumstances. Like here, I was on a Sinclair location, and somehow there's a gas station. There was something with a generator, so I talked to the owner about getting a plug-in so there be no noise. And still somehow the regulations are very hard for some of us to be removed. And there's a lot of vendors that are following, the guidelines like we are. But somehow we were removed. We want to know if there's a way you guys can see more in consideration of all the food truck vendors trying to follow the guidelines. And we can somehow get places where we can be sitting at and, be okay. So the city council will follow up on these and give us more of an issue regarding to the food truck vendors that we're trying to get all the guidelines going around. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Anna Rodriguez. I am the owner of a restaurant at 1214 Pine Street in Paso. We have proudly been serving the community for 27 years, myself for the past 4 years. So I'm newer to the scene and to the existing competition between brick and mortar restaurants, park events, community events, the fair, Robles, all of the movings and goings of the community. But I am very watchful and open to all perspectives of our relationships. I have been invested in creating a location that invests into the heart of our city. It contributes jobs, it contributes to the vibrancy and characters that draw locals and tourists alike to our downtown corridor. I really appreciate the initiation of this conversation. I think the transparency and the movement towards making success, whether it's small or large or medium, making success accessible to every person is incredibly important. Whether you have the ability to fill out all of these forms digitally or you're writing it down, accessibility is very important. So the addition of that website is great. I've been Googling it and looking for the information for a long time, and now it's there. So thank you for that step. The brick and mortar restaurants in the BIA do take on an additional substantial and ongoing 50% higher in business license fees. We are part of the assessments that fund our city and infrastructure events. Even at a state level, we are incurring costs for tourism to California, which are benefiting everyone. So I feel like it is important to have a clear regulation and conversation about where food trucks can be invited to sell. I go to them, I love them, they're part of me, but I also have to protect my competitive spirit in this situation. I highly encourage the council to create an ad hoc committee to include members of, even as a football mom, I wouldn't really want a burger truck outside of the Hound Hut, Grand Hound, sorry, out of the Hound Hut because we're going to be competing on our audience of who's going to be buying and supporting our hounds as well. So this isn't a call to eliminate food trucks. I just want to make sure that we have a thoughtful balance between us. brick and mortar are really important downtown, especially. I'm not saying this is a NIMBY thing, not in my backyard, I don't want them, but if we have an absence of those locations and open storefronts, that's a detriment to our economy and to our city as a whole. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to being involved in the
Thank you.
future.
Francisco, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Francisco Ramirez, resident of Paso Robles, also with the Hispanic Business Association. Like Maria mentioned earlier, look at this place right now. Look at the time it is right now. I want to ask your permission, City Council, if I can also translate something to them, to our people that's here, to our guests that are Spanish speaking, with your permission, because I know we all get 3 minutes, but in translation time goes by. So if it's allowed, I will do so to everyone that's here, so they can also understand what's going on right now also, if I may.
If you prefer, go ahead, Francisco.
Ok, so les estoy diciendo a nuestro presidente de aquí de la ciudad y a todo el concejal, les pedí permiso para poder traducir a todos nuestra gente que están aquí, todos los trabajadores, les estoy dando saber cómo están todos aquí en unión. Todos están aquí ahorita, la hora que es, y todavía están aquí. So, nomás les pedí permiso para poder hablar en español, traducirles a ustedes. Les quiero agradecer que todos hayan venido y estar aquí presentes para que vean que somos gente trabajadora, gente que quiere hacer negocio, pero hacerlo en regla. Y nomás queremos que se clarifique cuáles son las reglas, qué es lo que necesitamos hacer, qué permisos necesitamos, pero que nos den saber claramente lo que es ocupado y pedido de cada uno de nosotros como vendederos de tacos o puestos de tacos que tenemos allí afuera. Y quiero les voy a pedir a ellos que como oficiales que son de aquí de la ciudad, que nos ayuden a clarificar exactamente eso. ¿Qué es el permiso? ¿Qué aplicación necesitamos? ¿Y cuáles son van a ser las reglas? Pero claramente, ¿dónde voy a aplicar y dónde puedo hacer esto? ¿Está bien? ¿Es la mayoría de todos están aquí? Okay. So I mentioned that something that we all want, because I've spoken to them, like Maria said, we've been getting phone calls last 2 weeks about this. And something that they mentioned and has been brought up is they want clarity. They want to know what permits are needed, where to go apply for the permits, what can be done, and what regulations are going to happen, so that there's less confusion. Because like earlier they said, you guys started this in October 2012, and then again in April, and then enforcement started in July. Some of them came to me saying, hey, Francisco, I got a fine that the police department came by and they said I couldn't be at the parking lot. I'd been there. I got permission from the owner, from the manager, and then they came back and said I couldn't be there doing business, and I've been doing it, and I got all my other permits. I got my health permit. I got my business permit, but they're saying it's not. So they're asking. They all are here and they want clarity. They want to continue to do business, and they want clarity from you guys saying, where do I get the permit? How do I go about? And what can we do to continue doing business? So that's what everybody's asking. Some of the points I want to bring up, there was an issue I read or was reported by staff about the restrooms. Because I help out some restaurants also. That has to do with food prepping, not at the location where the food is being sold. It's just being heated up and served. So that part I disagree with, having to need restrooms at these locations where the food prepping is not being done. They already have a health permit to provide food for their food trucks. And that's where it's done. It's at commissary location. So that does not go with this. Generators. Well, food trucks, they need electricity. They can't function without electricity besides just the burners and the gas for the grills. They also need electricity to work in conjunction. So I really disagree with the part about generators not being able to have it because you need electricity to work a mobile unit. Shade structure, like Council Strong said, they need shade with this hot weather, especially in Paso Robles. It's hot all the time. We need that shade to be protected. Another note, I would like to be a part of the ad hoc committee, as well as other stakeholders, as mentioned before, and find out about special events, because we do Dia de los Muertos here at the Paso Robles City Park, that the city gives us permission to do so, to celebrate culture and bring in food, and Yabba Dabba Dog has always been part of us there, and I would like to have that, specified, we got permits to bring in, food trucks to our events. Does that also go with this? One more thing. Can we also take into consideration and outreach from customers? Are you just getting complaints from, certain restaurant owners or businesses? Well, are we getting any complaints from customers? Thank you. Francisco Ramirez.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Corina. I'm with Tacos y Mariscos El Gordo. I do have a question. We already have the permit. We're not against doing any type of permits that is required. But if the property owner is giving us a space where we can put tables and we can be there and set up and do whatever we need to do, because they're charging rent from us. We're not just sitting there and not paying. We're paying rent. We're paying electricity. We have to have the generators. We also pay for the commercial kitchen that we rent in order to be having the health department and all the requirements. We don't mind doing all the permits that are needed. The only thing is that what does that have to do with us having a table there for our customers? Because they request. They're like, oh, do you need a table so we can have a drink while we wait for the food? And they request for shade and it's hot. And that's the only thing that it comes to me, like if we're paying the property owner, they giving us the letter, they give us certain space and accommodations for us to be there. Why can't we use the space in order to bring people to us to pay our rent? Because it's not cheap. We pay $1,500 a month. And that's just to be there making food. We pay another $8,000 to $1,000 for the commercial kitchen. It's not cheap. And right now to run business, it's not an easy, sometimes we go in park, we only make $100, $150. Not every day is productive. And we still have to be paying rent in order to be there. That's my concern. And if we could do the permits, we don't mind. But we need accommodations for us in order to make the money. We still pay sales tax. We still pay the city permit, health department permits, everything else that it comes to it. And it's not cheap. It adds up. Even if us having tables, canopies and everything costs money. And we try to accommodate people, but we need some sort of regulations too. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to anyone online.
I have several callers online.
Okay.
First is Jeffrey Weisinger.
Jeffrey, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I was at another event supporting other local businesses. And as you guys have been able to see, this is an important issue in our community. I want to start out by advocating for option 3, the ad hoc committee. I think this is probably one of the easiest decisions that we need to make. We're dealing with so many people's livelihoods in the community, that there is a lot more to talk about than we can even begin to address at this meeting. So an opportunity to be able to put an ad hoc committee to get community members involved. If I may speak, as the president of the Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association Board of Directors, we didn't get a chance to have a discussion on this, and I think it's really important that the Main Street Association as a whole be able to have time to talk amongst ourselves, talk amongst our business members in the community on how we can advocate for the Main Street Association and find out from our members what their opinions and views are on the food truck ordinance. Now speaking as a restaurant owner in downtown Paso, I am a food service professional for over 35 years and have had a brick and mortar in Paso, downtown Paso for 8 years, and had a food service catering business for 10 years leading up to that. So I like to think I'm pretty well versed in the rules and regulations that our county provides for food service operations. But the fact that, as some of the other folks have spoken on, the current ordinance is really not being enforced until apparently recently. Recently, it's been, I guess that's maybe why this came out. But this is a really important topic to a lot of people in our community, and I would strongly advocate for an opportunity to get an ad hoc committee together and reach out to the community while leaving the existing rules and regulations in place. Also, I might advocate for continued enforcement. The food safety is extremely important to me as a food service professional, as a restaurateur. And unfortunately, we've heard from some folks that they're not quite savvy on what the rules and regulations are. And I think it's extremely important in the food service business to make sure that you are aware of every rule and regulation. And Paso Robles as a city council can help us out a great deal by setting a solid ordinance, getting community feedback, and moving forward with the opportunity to take this conversation to a deeper level and try to solve the problem to the best of our abilities with more community input.
All right. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Anyone else online?
Yeah, next is Jan Albin.
Okay. Hang on one second. Jan, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi, I can. Again, thank you very much. I have a couple of questions and a couple of concerns. I don't have a problem with food trucks, us having food trucks, but I want you to think back to the short-term rental situation where it was years before the city finally put some rules and regulations into place to limit them, because the number of them and where they were located and how they were being run was simply out of control. And if you don't get something done pretty quickly about regulating food trucks, that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to have, 300 food trucks in every vacant parking lot owned by someone. They're going to be everywhere. And the part about that, not just the number of them, is who's going to monitor them? I've asked the question before, when we know that there are illegal short-term rentals being run, the answer is always, we don't have the staff to monitor that. Well, who's going to monitor the food trucks? Who's going to make sure that everybody's health certificate is up to date? We have one health inspector, as I understand it, in the county and it's just not enough. So I absolutely advocate for an ad hoc committee, but that's one of the things that ad hoc needs to be paying attention to, is once you get the rules and regulations into place, how are you going to monitor it? Who's going to monitor it? When everything that happens in this town is complaint driven, we are not proactive, we act on complaints, then you're putting the burden on people to complain and try to get something done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
I do have another caller, Terry Smith.
Okay, Terry, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking the call. I agreed with the last two callers. Everybody loves their food trucks, but everybody needs to go on to the California Department of Public Health. All the regulations are there, and it's changed over the last few years under Gavin Newsom. Pretty soon you're going to see not only food trucks, you're going to see push carts, you're going to see all different kinds of things coming in. And the regulations need to be strict. There is a reason for a bathroom. It's not just for bathroom facilities, it's for hand washing facilities. You can't have a 3-compartment sink or a 2-compartment sink in a trailer, but not have a hand washing facility in there. It's very important to follow the rules, and it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And where do you stop? We're going to stop at 30, 40, 60. There's a reason for the rules, and everybody needs to follow them. And thank you, KPRO, for bringing this up. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay, now we'll open the public one more time for in-house. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alejandra. I'm with the Guacamole Mexican Food. I want to thank everybody who took the time to be in here because, it's so hard right now with this time, having a business. And then with all of these regulations, we understand and then we agree. We want to do everything right. I have been going with the city department. I want to make sure that we're doing every single thing that we can. But you know what? Every day is different. There's a lot of contradictions. We just want to make sure that we're following the rules. Just let us know what we need, because I'm pretty sure every single person here, we want to do right. We want to do everything right, because each day is something different. We receive a phone call. Oh, now you need this. Now you need that. So I'm here speaking in behalf of my all of the food persons, because we want to be equal, to have the opportunities. And then I'm just requesting have everything, on paper. You need this, you need that. And then also be fair, as my people is telling, we need seats for people that they want to just wait for their food. And then outside is so hot. We just need like some tents or something just for them to not be on the heat, because a lot of people, they just go walking. They don't have a cars. We just want to make sure that we want to do the best service for them. And then also, we don't want to steal anybody's business from the restaurants or nothing. Each one has the different services. If I go to a restaurant, that's because I want to sit down and eat, have a good time. But there's a lot of people that they're in a go like really quick, and they don't have time to be sitting down in a restaurant. So we just want to be, part of the community, and then serve, and then we don't want to steal nobody's job. We just want to here to support. And then also we pay taxes. We pay every single thing as the restaurants. We just, we need we're serving different things. And then we just need everything to be clear. We can follow the rules, and then we can all be on the same page. And then believe me, we all pay rent. We all pay every single thing as a restaurant do. So if you can just please let us work, we can be, all on the same page. And thank you so much for everything who came.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? One more time. Oh, please. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Luis Diaz, and I own the Mexican food truck Buenos Dias. And thank you for everybody here tonight. But we understand all the new rules coming up you guys want to put in. But we would like to see is any way before start a new rules or whatever, let us working with us with before you start putting a list, so let them working right now the way it was before, because they hurt our business. And also, if you guys put a new rules, I would like to see to tell the police or anybody, because after 5 o'clock, whatever you call the police and you tell, hey, I got this and this, and they go and they don't know any rules. So the only rules is the people work in the morning 8 to 4, and after 4 o'clock, they don't know and they go home and I don't know, and they don't do anything. So if the one you guys gonna do fair, so do fair for everybody. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor Hammond,
Yes.
I have another caller on line.
Okay. One more.
Anna Mendez.
Anna,
Anna,
can you hear us? Go ahead.
hang on 1 second. There you go.
Hi.
Yes.
I just want to thank, first of all, the opportunity for us as a business owners to bring this topic up to us, but I think it's very necessary. First of all, I heard at the beginning of the conversation that there were being some complaints in regards of how we operate around the city, but if you guys don't bring out those specific complaints, how we all going to be aware of that so we don't continue making those mistakes for the future. Not just to bring it up directly to the vendor when it's, the complaint it's for, but also to let everybody know. In regards, I heard somebody saying too, that restrooms are not specifically for the customers, but it's always necessary too for employees. I really highly recommend everybody to go back and look into the requirements for the food truck in order to be in compliance with all the requirements that the city has.
Okay. Is that your comment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any more? One more time, Melissa, and we'll close it.
No.
Okay. We're done. Let's bring it back then to council then for discussion here. Heard a lot of testimony. I think who would like to start off with? Councilman Gregory?
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for being here to help our job get a little easier by working together. So one of the things, I think the ad hoc's a really good idea, but I want to describe the ad hoc a little bit. I think it's okay to have a couple councilmen on it, but I think we should have brick and mortar like Jeffrey and Anna and several truck owners like Mr. Saylor and that gentleman right there. I don't know your name, sorry, and Francisco, but I think we need to get into a room with a couple of our staff helping us write things down where the issues are. And I think we get to a conclusion pretty easily. But I want to make sure whatever we do, we allow the people to operate that have permits currently so we don't stop their progress. Because we want to keep it going. But at the same time, we'll work on getting it better so everybody has clarity. And it's really important that we have that clarity because everybody can follow the rules if everybody knows the rules. And it helps everybody from the city staff to us up here and to the people who are your customers. Everybody wants to know it's a good place to eat. It's a safe place to eat. And I like, Anna said a very nice comment in that it's good for everybody. Let's just make it work. So the boundaries are protected for everybody, both the food trucks and the brick and mortar, and everybody's communicating well together and figuring it out. This is our town, and you're our friends, and we're going to make it work. And the best way to do it is through ad hoc. So,
okay, Chris Bausch.
Thank you. Well said, Councilmember Gregory. Thank you for everybody who has been here tonight, who's reached out to talk about this. We appreciate your comments. We appreciate your thoughts. We appreciate the difficulties that you go through, whether you're a brick and mortar business, whether you are a food truck, whatever kind. It's not easy to be in business in California or Paso Robles. We get it. I heard something new tonight. I knew we had two different business models that I appreciate. We have brick and mortar that I absolutely love to go to, but I also enjoy our food trucks. Different occasions. They serve two different needs that I have, and I appreciate that. Sometimes I need to go sit down at a restaurant during lunch with a client. Sometimes I want to take my wife out to a nice dinner. Sometimes I just want to go to a ball game and have a hot dog. Those are all good events. The interlopers that are coming in from out of town, and I think that speaks to the heart of one of the critical issues that we really need our ad hoc committee to focus on, and that's the enforcement. I don't think it's fair or wise to put all of the blame on one entity, our police department. We have need to reconcile some of the contradictions that are within our own code. I think staff is well aware of that. I think that is something the ad hoc committee can help with. I would hope that it would, like Councilmember Gregory suggested, it be not just limited to city council, but also from a cross-section across our community. The issues that need to come back, I'm not sure if ad hoc does this or if ad hoc recommends this to staff, but bathrooms, shade structures, generators, how does a commissary come into play, especially for out-of-town people? Obviously, they don't have a commissary here locally. Where is their food being prepared? Why isn't the health department regulating those guys? How do we work better with the county to make sure that this gets enforced? We need a kind of a cross-sectional team, it seems like, going forward. Not going to happen overnight. I do think we need to support our local residents. We need to figure out how best to do that. We need help doing that. I look forward to working with each of you, whether you're brick and mortar, whether you're a food truck, whether you're just a resident that likes to go out and eat and enjoy good food. So thank you very much.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. And first of all, I want us to be clear. We're talking about an ad hoc committee. Remember what our city manager and what our attorney has said. That is 2 members of the council, period. If we include members of the public in that committee, it becomes a Brown Act standing committee and goes on forever. So if we're going to do this, we could have it with 2 members of the council as the committee. We can still invite all of the people we've talked about to please be at that meeting that they hold and have their input. So those 2 members can get all that input that you're looking for. And that would mean that as many people who are interested in that as possible, and maybe you have to translate this to Spanish so they all understand, make sure that we have the names and address of those who want to participate in that decision making so that we can notify them of when the meeting is and have that, and then have that happen. And perhaps you want to translate that to them. Please, if you may, if you allow that, Mr. Mayor.
If I may. Let's finish our discussion. Let us finish and then we'll have
let's hang on.
Well, we should still have the names and addresses, just the contact information.
Well, we haven't made a decision yet. Yeah, what we're doing on that yet, Fred. But
all right.
Yeah, Councilmember Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I just want to thank everybody for coming tonight. I know for some of you, this is probably the first city council meeting that you've ever attended. And I know for me, I've been having a lot of these conversations, but even in this short amount of time, I learned quite a bit. I think other people learned a few things that we didn't know before. And I think that's informative how much better this process would have been if we had been able to have this conversation a few months ago. That would have informed how it rolled out, the information, any contradictions that we might have seen. Bill's comments at the beginning were very smart and actually consistent with what I'd heard from other people. We paid our business license, and then like a week later, we got a phone call saying that we needed a different kind of permit. I heard this over and over and over. And kind of the conflicting information between the website and the code, which is not easy. I mean, what you heard are people that want to follow the rules, they want to do the right thing, they, in good faith, think they're doing all of the right thing, only to get a call that says, not quite. And I know this is a little hiccup. I know there was a lot going on with the code, you know, updates. I get that. But I also know that we can learn from this and we can do better, you know, better governance in terms of how we would manage that. I think any business owner here would be upset if they thought they were doing the right thing. And then the city came in and said, oh, well, functionally, you really can't do this for the next month. This is really going to knock out your July. Because this was so disruptive for people, it really knocked out people's July. Hardworking business owners, and I'm happy that everybody wants to have the ad hoc. It's kind of a technicality that technically it's only 2 council people, but of course we will bring people in to help inform what the next step is. I don't think it should take that long. Calendaring it will probably be the hardest thing. But again, this is your city. We are your representatives, and this is an opportunity for us to learn. We really appreciate everybody coming tonight. You know, like was said in the earlier item, you know, we want to make opportunities for small entrepreneurs. Well, yay. Yay, you. So thank you.
Okay. Okay, so again, the reason we brought this up is, you know, concern from staff regarding the municipal code, and which creates challenges and ambiguity and vagueness that they were not quite sure on how to handle. And that's why we're here where we are now. I think it's clear that food trucks are good, that we should have them. But there's so many nuances to the rules and regulations that we need to get clarified. So again, the folks know the rules and they can comply with the rules. I think what I've heard tonight is that basically an ad hoc is really what everybody's thinking about doing here as far as getting more input from the public. I think that's important. We need to have the stakeholders bring back what their requirements are to be able to operate properly, but also fit within the code. There's clearly code already set for these kind of things with county and other services that, you know, we have to comply with as far as a city. So if the intent is with the council to start that ad hoc, I'd like to ask Elizabeth then how we can do this given the amount of interest, you know, with the city. What's the framework for the ad hoc that we could consider?
So for an ad hoc committee, I would recommend that you have 2 council members, so it's not a quorum of the council, and have that be the committee, and that'll be who would report back
to the whole board,
to the council, and then you can invite people to participate. You can bring people in as speakers, but I would have the committee be just the 2 council members.
Would it be like a workshop, be in order on something like that for a particular Saturday or something like that?
With the committee? Sure, you could do that.
That's how we've done it in the past. I just want to make it clear that, you know, we could run a meeting like that.
The ad hoc committee can meet whenever they'd like. And we just need to make sure we advertise it so that everybody's got the opportunity to participate.
Okay. So again, we'll go back to council. Is that kind of what we want to try and do?
Yep.
So the next step is who would like to serve?
I would.
I will.
John,
seems like everybody.
So let me
John, I'd like to one
Yeah,
point.
Chris, go ahead.
I think one of the other things, maybe even slightly ahead of the ad hoc committee, I think we've come to a consensus that there are some contradictions within the existing structure. I think staff can probably handle identifying what those contradictions are and bring those back to council sooner than later, and try to eliminate. So we heard a lot of requests for clarity. Where do I go? Give me one stop. We have 2 places to go right now, Parks and Rec and planning. Can we clarify some of that and bring that back to council sooner than we do? I'm not saying don't do an ad hoc, but the ad hoc might not come back for a while.
Well, that's going to be the next question. Staff, how soon do you think we could probably get something going on an ad hoc to address the item.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to schedules and the schedules of the two that would sit on the ad hoc, and to answer or try to answer Councilmember Bausch's question. My recommendation would be that, we hear your feedback and understand that there is need for clarity. In an interim period, we would look to, as complaints will likely come in still, we can assess those, but recognize that until there's further clarity, it's going to be probably in the best interest to wait to see what the outcome of the ad hoc is.
Exactly.
My recommendation would be that any of those clarity type of updates, along with whatever else the ad hoc wants to talk about and make recommendations back to the full council, come back in one package, just so overall there's a good perspective of what changes the committee's recommending, and those are all implemented at one time or discussed at one time. That would be my recommendation. In the interim, we can work on a case-by-case basis. If it's a significant public safety and health issue, then we're likely going to need to be addressing that complaint. If it's a nuanced kind of discussion on they're on gravel and not asphalt, I think that's something that we can work in the interim while the ad hoc committee is deliberating.
Okay.
And I was going to recommend that that's why we suspend the current citations and not go any further with those until we've gotten better clarity. Because I think some of the citations, the people were working in faith, good faith, and didn't realize that we were going to slap all these new things in. If it's a health department issuing a citation, that's a whole different thing. But I think our citations ought to briefly put on hold until we have clarity.
I'd like to talk about that, Fred. So, and maybe we can get some clarity from Chief Nord. But if people don't have the license to operate, that's a different scenario.
Yeah,
so my comment was, you have a lot of people acting within the regulations we have. We let them continue to operate until we could filter out all the issues. Okay. And then one plug for me being on ad hoc. I have 30 years in the restaurant business,
right,
and I worked with the health department a lot.
Okay.
I have about 15 years in direct, 5 years direct, and about 10 years consulting.
Okay, I don't have a problem actually. These two, I mean, well, like a little dog. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me do it. Yeah, I think at this point, these two have more interest, and it seems like they could certainly carry the water on it. But one is, getting your calendar set up and scheduled to get it in a timely manner. I think that's going to be important to bring it forward. Again, we don't have to have a vote on this, I don't believe. Just direct them to go ahead and form an ad hoc and calendar it with Councilman Bausch and Councilman Gregory as the ad hoc members. Is that good enough for staff?
I'll agree.
Yeah, and then we'll be noticed, obviously. Public will be noticed and informed when they're going to meet, so you can have some input and find out when and where. Okay.
Francisco saying in Spanish, so people don't speak.
Francisco, do you want to translate a little bit what we just said as far as
if I may, but can I also give you one more concern, one more question that our public had that I want you guys to know before we finish? Continue.
Okay, one more time. Go ahead.
What question and that everybody was asking that are food truck operators was, can they continue to do business until we and yourselves find out what the new rules are, the new regulations, and what the permits that you guys want to happen? Can they continue to conduct business?
Based on staff, again, I don't think we've given any direction to curtail any activity at this point. So I'm assuming they can still operate under the operations, or unless they don't have a permit. Chief, would you weigh in?
Mayor, council. Trying to think of my words before I say them right now.
Yeah.
We are enforcing current law. No citations that were put out. We went out and educated. We contacted as many of the food truck owners as we could, and between the two of us, we worked together to create that list and that's why we were getting emails, that's why we were getting phone numbers, so that we could communicate with everyone, pass out these flyers and get that information out there. That's what we did. if you tell us right now to not enforce some of these things, my fear is that you haven't begun to see what kind of out of control we can have with food carts and food trucks. We can't do that.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was suggesting continue as usual, like you are doing currently.
Right.
With permits.
I don't know that that's what's being asked. If people have their current permits,
right.
Yes, I have no problems continuing with what we're currently doing.
Right.
With all of the stuff, all the education that we've done.
Right.
And if we can continue to make sure if you need your temporary use permit, if you have those things, then absolutely we don't have any problems with that. We will continue as normal.
Until council has changed something.
And that's understood. That's the way we.
That's what we were looking for anyway, at this point in time.
So Francisco, you understand that?
Yeah. Okay, good.
Thank you, Chief Norton.
Okay.
Una de las preguntas que hice, que oí que ustedes estaban haciendo, si pueden seguir haciendo negocio y seguir trabajando. Y ahorita lo que es la opinión del concejal y con el oficial, el jefe de policías, dice que ahorita ya empezaron las reglas, así que ellos quieren seguir igual. Si ya les han dicho, si ya les han dado una advertencia y les han dado un warning a ustedes que no estén en tal lugar, que no estén practicando su negocio allí, mantengan eso hasta que no cumplan con todas las reglas que están pidiendo ahora. Así que eso se va a seguir porque fue lo que dijo el oficial, no puede retrasar en lo que ya empezaron a hacer. Así que de hoy en adelante van a seguir esas nuevas reglas y es lo que el concejal está aprobando, apoyando al departamento de policía con eso. Así que eso ayuda a contestar la pregunta que tenían. Okay. Y luego también ellos querían que yo les también diera a traducir a todos ustedes que están aquí ahorita, es que ellos van a hacer un comité para ayudarnos con esto de los permisos de las troqueras de tacos. El comité va a ser consistente de dos miembros de nuestro gobierno aquí local de Paso Robles y también van a invitar a que el público y ustedes como negociantes vayan y atiendan a esas juntas. Así que así como hoy vinieron, ellos los están pidiendo que ustedes vayan a esa junta. Y ellos nos van a dar esa fecha para que ustedes estén presentes, den su opinión y puedan hablar y preguntar más cosas allí. So I just told them that you are going to start ad hoc committee. It will be consistent of both of you guys, 2 members of the city council, and that everybody will be invited in the public to be there. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
So that's what I told them. It's important that they also attend those meetings if that's their interest, and for the rest of the stakeholders, so that they know and they get information there, and they can also give your opinion as a food truck business owner to you guys. Is that correct?
To the ad hoc, and the ad hoc is then to make a recommendation back to full council. That's
Correct.
the way it works, right?
So ustedes pueden ir a las juntas donde ellos van a tomar la decisión y van a implementar nuevas reglas. Es cuando ustedes también pueden ir y estar allí presente y dar su opinión. Tanto los dueños como restaurantes, como los dueños ustedes que son taqueros y tienen sus puestos de tacos y sus trocas. Anything else?
Yes.
That's good. Yeah.
I don't need to know, we don't need to know right now, but that's time to meet.
Ellos están preguntando, como el gobierno aquí de Paso Robles para nosotros, ¿qué es la mejor horario para que ustedes vayan y puedan atender esa junta? In the afternoon, around the same time. Late. ¿Como las 6? ¿Después de las 6?
7.
During the week and around the same time after 6.
Okay.
Anytime after 6.
Similar.
Does that work?
actually, okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll notice it. We're going to try and fit it into everybody's calendar, and we'll try and get it as close as possible to that time frame. And it might be good that you be part of that group too, Francisco, to translate.
I graciously take your invitation and I will be there.
Very good.
So dicen que ellos van a tomar esto información a ellos no van a saber ahorita la cita, tienen que hablar con el encargado, con el manejador de la ciudad, él les va a dar una fecha para el calendario y luego ellos nos van a dar saber. When you guys decide on a date, you will let everybody know?
Yes, we'll post it and notice it and also talk about it at probably our next council meeting.
What location will you use? Will you use the same room?
We're not sure yet.
We don't want to,
No,
sorry.
we have no idea. They're going to have to schedule this, and so we have no idea when or where.
So why don't we do this,
When you
Mayor?
give that date, you'll give that information?
We're going to be
Francisco.
renovating City Hall.
So, Mr. Mayor.
And we're going to move our
Okay.
meetings out to the
Mr.
east side of Centennial Park, too.
Mr. Strong, if I
Hang
can,
on.
we're
We
getting a
may
little
have
out of control
Fred,
here.
stand by.
So let's be clear, you can do it by motion or by consensus to create an ad hoc committee to address the food truck issue. So it's a limited scope, it's related to the food truck ordinance for a limited period of time. Come back within the next 6 months, 90 days, whatever the appropriate time frame is. And then designate who's going to be on it. And
So moved.
So moved. Second.
We already have our two
Hold on.
people.
No, call for the question.
No,
Let's
hang
go.
on. Go ahead, Elizabeth, finish up. Yeah.
Okay, so we just need to be clear for purposes of the minutes that you can do it by motion or consensus. I don't care either way. We need the
Just do it by
names of the
motion.
people who are going to be on it, the period of time, and the limited scope. And then it's an ad hoc committee that is not subject to the Brown Act.
So what do we think, staff, as far as time and calendar? I mean, how many months are you thinking here, roughly? Any idea? 3 months?
It's going to be 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, okay. So motion then, we need to have drawn,
So let's do 6
or we
months.
can just do by consensus, right?
That's consensus.
Yeah, consensus is that we're going to have Councilman Bausch, Councilman.
No,
Can I add a comment?
there were two different motions. So there was
We have
one
a motion, we have a motion on the floor,
to form the
seconded
committee,
motion.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, to form the
We already had it
committee.
started. But I think what Elizabeth is trying to do is more concise information as to what we're doing.
Can we have a council member that speaks Spanish in this meeting, in this committee, ad hoc?
We have you.
Actually, I think,
She could be in the audience.
I
Chris
know
Field.
I can't be in the audience because of Brown. So I know people were sort of joking with my exuberance, but I do think it makes sense to have me on the ad hoc. I think I bring a little different perspective than Mr. Gregory, a little different history, and I also have a connection with HBA and our business owners, Mr.
And she speaks
Saylor.
Spanish.
And I speak Spanish.
Okay, all right. I don't care really personally, but I'm going to leave it up to you two. Yeah, I know, but it's all going to be just a consensus here anyway. I'm not calling for a motion. So do you guys still want to hold it? And
I think we're still the best people for it, John.
okay.
All due respect, gentlemen.
All right. Again, Francisco, you're going to be there anyway. And it's all coming back to us.
Peter, you're
anyway.
welcome to be there too.
Peter.
Yeah, it's going to be coming back to us for final consent and, approval. So this is just investigated the way I see it. You guys are bringing back information for us to further discuss. So we want to have, again, Councilman Bausch, Councilman Gregory for a 3 to 6 month term of an ad hoc. And we're going to be asking staff to provide information to that group and notice it to the public whenever we can get a meeting room and time to accommodate the number that might be appropriate.
And then, Mayor, if I can add, given the discussion tonight, we'll likely look into having city translation services available.
And do that too. Okay. Yeah. All right. So is that good? Consensus enough? Or you were only call for a vote on that motion? It was a motion by you two.
We have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
Which motion? So we have a motion on the floor to create an ad hoc committee regarding the food truck ordinance issues. The ad hoc is Mr. Gregory and Mr. Bausch, and they will report back within 6 months.
6 months max, yeah. Okay. Go ahead and call
I
the
need
question.
clarification on who made the motion and who seconded
Mr.
it.
Bausch made the motion. It was seconded by Mr. Gregory.
Thank you. Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
No.
Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
Mayor Hammond?
All right.
Motion passes.
Okay. All right. So you guys get going.
Okay.
Report out. Okay. All right. We're moving on to the last item we have pretty much is city manager report. Mr. Hua.
Yes, Mayor, just one item, and it's actually an update from a question we had earlier tonight. Just to note that the city CIP project updates are actually already published on the city's website under the Public Works Department webpage, but we'll work on making those more front and center on the city website. Other than that, no other updates for you this evening. Thank you.
Okay. We'll give him a minute to leave here. Okay, we're on then to council business and committee reports. Councilmember Beal.
Really quickly, we went to the labor presentation at the fair about apprenticeships and sort of the role of construction jobs as being head of household jobs. I thought that was really interesting. The big bookmobile is great. Thank you, Mr. Fraze, for our excellent community development tour. The Royal Lake Meadows Park ribbon cutting was beautiful, along with Riverwalk Terrace. I think it's really important to take a minute and really celebrate these great things that happen and, thank my colleagues for helping get them to this place. I went to the Housing Services Oversight Council. I thought it was interesting that 73, they're working on data and it's a little challenging, but one of the metrics is that 73% of the families going through coordinated entry ended up in permanent housing. So that's a wonderful metric, but just remember that it's challenging because when people leave the area, it's hard to track them. So we don't always know the outcomes with some people. A lot of constituent services things. I'm going to my newly elected academy in Oxnard next week, so wish me luck. But I appreciate the opportunity to be of service, and thank you to all the staff for everything that you do. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. Well, I attended the ribbon cutting over there for the new, what is that, not Oaks Park. Royal Oaks Meadow. And it was great, and it was a real tot lot. And a lot of little kids were out there, and they were enjoying it. They made a great backdrop to the ribbon cutting even. And we put some down in front as well. So that was kind of great. That was really neat. My biggest meeting was meeting of, that was, well, actually, it wasn't Lausanne. It was concerning Lausanne, and we did have a Lausanne meeting. And that's what this train is all about. We are having the Surfliner now to have special trains just for special events. This one is for Disneyland's 70th anniversary, and there will be special trains to Disneyland. But also they're going to have special trains for some of the other events, such as the Olympics in LA, and also at various racetracks when they're operating. We're working very diligently to have them have special trains for our Mid-State Fair as well, so that we can get some people up on those trains. And that is under consideration. But right now, the train service is interrupted, and I was on the phone with one of the executives of Union Pacific, because Union Pacific has shut down the train down at Lompoc because we are putting in a new bridge that is going to be a through bridge. Right now, our trains at that area, if a freight is coming through, they have to get off the track and back up onto a 1.5 mile long siding. And it doesn't have an exit. So when the train goes past, then it has to back up 1.5 miles to get back on the track and proceed forward. this bridge will complete that over a stretch of the ocean to get to the other side. And it's very delicate. So we had a big disagreement with Vandenberg because for 1 month they have to suspend all rockets. So there will be no rocket launches for 1 month while that bridge is under construction, because we'll have workers walking on girders up there putting this together, and the rocket launches cause the girders to vibrate, which would then knock these people into the ocean, could drown them. We can't have workers out there getting killed for doing their job. So reluctantly, Vandenberg agreed, and that is now underway. They also had a request from Cal Poly to have their own private siding at their campus. So we had to talk about that and realize that they're meeting with them this week on Friday to say, no, that doesn't make good sense, because the only place the current track it actually connects with the campus is out by CMC on its way up the grade. And to go up the grade, they'd have to go all the way to the Bay Area to turn around, which makes no sense. Or else they're going to have to back up all the way back to the station. But the station is just as close to the main campus as that place way 2 miles down across the campus in their ag area. So the recommendation to Cal Poly is to get a bus, hire a bus driver, meet the trains at the station, and take the students where they have to go. And that's where we left that. And that's probably the end of my report right now.
All right, thank you, Fred. Councilman Belch.
Like Councilmember Beal, attended the Mid-State Fair, the trade presentation, annual event. It's a great event, great program to get young people involved in apprenticeship programs. The Riverwalk Terrace, thank you for a great project that turned out very nicely. Our Housing Authority folks, attended the Paso Groundwater Authority meeting on the 23rd, attended the pancake breakfast on the 24th, downtown park. Thank you to the fair. Thank you to Main Street. Thank you to REMAX for hosting us. I'm not sure I heard a final number of how many people they served, but there were a lot of people in the park getting free pancakes. On the 25th, I spent the day in legal deposition for the SLO Tribune court case. The Youth Sports Council got rescheduled, and finally it was canceled until next month. Attended the Royal Oaks Park ribbon cutting, thanks to Veneto for a great park, and the addition to the basketball court and the pickleball courts will soon to be opened. I think I was going to ask for something to be agendized, but I think we've already taken care of it, so that's my report.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah. I got a chance to meet with Mr. Hammond and John Basham, and our primary subject was about libraries. And I think you know what that's all about. But he was, I think John did a really good job on softening him up and see if we can fix that issue, hopefully. And then also I chaired LAFCO, and we looked at a couple items for some annexations, and it's pretty uneventful. And then the rest of the time I've been taking care of Augie on the road, in the water. So thank you. And thank you for the Fair Board and what the Fair does for our community and our staff tonight. Thank you for all your work.
Okay, thank you, Steve. We've been a few weeks since we've met. Of course, the fair happened. I did several presentations on behalf of the city on several different events there, and it was a great fair. I think very well done by Coley and Borhegas and the board. They also had two Paso Robles Groundwater Authority meetings in the past time that we've met. The last one was last Friday, and we were asked why we didn't have an agenda item on it, because again, it was not able to be noticed on tonight's meeting because of the time frame. I do have Christopher Lackle, our water utility manager, going to be doing a full presentation this next meeting on that. In short, basically the protest did accomplish the number of votes. We had a threshold of about 642 out of the 1,285 that I think we were noticed. De minimis users were not noticed. It was only the commercial users. And of those, they had a majority protest of about 680, the last I saw. So they did achieve the goal that we were not able to take action on the rate study that we had planned for the JPA. So we'll be talking about that and how that might work. We have another meeting set up, I think on the 18th or 17th of Monday is our next one coming up for the JPA, just before our next meeting here. So that'll be more information that staff will be giving us a full report. Also attended the Oak Park ribbon cutting out there. That was very well done. That tot lot that we had done many, many years ago was completely revamped. I think we saw Councilman Bausch was there too, and Councilman Strong. And actually, yeah, Beal was there too. Yeah, very good. So at any rate, great little tot lot to have. We couldn't keep the kids off it while we were trying to do the ribbon cutting. That was amazing. Yeah, it was very well done. And that's about all I had. I did want to ask Jonathan, our fire chief, do we have any staff down there at the Gifford Fire at all right now?
6 now.
6 currently, yeah. Yeah, and it seems like it's a pretty tough one off of 166 in San Luis County. So I want to make sure they're all safe and that we're definitely helping out with the effort. So thank you. Moving on to upcoming events, we have coming Paso Robles Youth Commission Advisory Committee meeting August 6th, 5 o'clock. Paso Robles Senior Citizens Advisory Committee meeting August 11th at 1:30. Development Review Committee is going to be August 11th at 3:30. Paso Robles Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting August 11th at 4 p.m. The Paso Robles Planning Commission will be meeting here in this room on August 12th at 6:30. We also are going to have a Niblick Road pedestrian and bike improvement plan open house here at 5:30, August 13th. Next one's going to be the Library Board of Trustees, August 14th at 9 a.m. Again, DRC, Development Review Committee, is going to be August 18th at 3:30. And then our next meeting is going to be here on August 19th. This is a Paso Robles City Council meeting at 6 p.m. So I don't think I have anything else unless anybody else has anything further. Go ahead and look for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Gregory, second by Strong to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned.